Hello fellow YouTubers, this is Dimao here, and in this tutorial we're going to be building this beautiful web app that you can see on my screen. Right, so it's actually a food delivery app for a restaurant. Without wasting time, let's look at the features of this particular web app we're going to be building together. So to authenticate users can click on this button to either log in or sign up. Then they can either choose Google or Facebook. Right, they can select an address of their choice. For example, if you click here as a user, you'll be prompted to change the address to your choice. So if I click change, then the address is actually populated. Then I click done. Right, it means the address has been saved in local storage. If I refresh here, there you can see the address is actually captured on the application. Right, then on this section here you can see food which is actually featured, or food which is basically on promotion. Right, on this section here you can be able to select the menu based on the category. Right, then you can as well be able to view the menu. You can even click load more to get more items that you can select from. Right, okay, so let's say as a user I would like to order this particular food or drink. Right, what do? If I click here, right, and I click add to cart, it says oops, log in first, because I am actually not logged in. Right, so I'll just click login, continue with Google here. Right, so I'll use one of the accounts that I have. I'll just select this one. Once I'm authenticated, I'm taken back to the landing page. As you can see, there is a picture from Google of me here, which is actually populated here. Right, and if I click this sidebar to view the drawer, the sidebar, right, you can see now there are actually some other routes that I can be directed or navigated to based on this application. Right, so let's try to go ahead and actually add this menu to cart. I click here, then I just make a selection, say medium. I can just write some random words here and click add to cart. See, menu is added to cart, and the drawer closes. Right, on the cart page, cart icon, you can see there's an item, one item already in cart. Right, I can even load more to select this particular one. So this one actually it's not favorited. Right, how do I know that? You see this heart icon here, it's outlined. Right, let me click on it and see what happens. I click on it, then it says favorite added successfully, and the color changes to be solid green. Right, so which means it's part of my favorites as well. I can just click add to cart, and menu is added to cart. Right, so once I'm done as a user to do that, I can just simply navigate to cart. Right, I'm taken to the cart route. On the cart route now, what I will be able to do is basically to add, to increase the quantities. I can increase the quantities here, or I can reduce the quantities. Right, or else I can choose just to remove the item from cart. That item is removed from cart. Right, then let me try to place an order. I can just say here, deliver at my door. Deliver at my door. Right, then I proceed to click this button that says checkout. Click on it. I'll be directed to a Stripe payment page that we have integrated into this application. So here we can just say, put our email, test1@gmail.com. Once we put that, it's gmail.com, and put our card number, put the date of the expiration, put the CVC number. Right, you can select the country where you are and click pay now. Right, also the amount is shown, how much you're paying. Click pay now. Right, once the payment is successful, you're directed to payment successful page. Right, and the order is updated, and we're directed to our user orders page, where we can actually be able to see the orders which are on the way or either delivered, right? So here, if I click, I'm actually able to see that the order is being prepared with this particular chef here, and it's going to be delivered to me, right? You can see a map as well of the proposed route that can be taken with the delivery guy to me, right? I can actually even try to call this chef and let them know how they should prepare my menu, my meal, but I'm not going to do that, right? So basically that's it on the process of placing an order and actually being able to view the orders, right? So you can see here I'm on my profile, route, the user's profile, right? So I can just click here, go to profile. There I can actually be able to see my orders. That's the page we're coming from now. I can be able to change the languages here. I can be able to look for help, and I can actually be able to see what items are actually, in my favorites, right? So you can see all these things are actually in my favorites. If I want to reorder them again, I can reorder them again. If I want to remove it from favorite, I just click this button here and the item is removed. You can see it's gone here, right? So basically that's on the user side of things, but there's more, right? There's more. Okay, before I show you the next step, I would like to show you like that payment that we actually did right now is actually in our Stripe, dashboard. Let's look for it. There it is. The amount was 27 Rand, and this is the email that we entered there, right? Okay, so let's go back to our application, right? There's more to this application. You don't just see the user, experience side of things, right? There's also the dashboard if you are an admin of this particular web app. So let me show you that part. Okay, I'm going to sign out as a regular user and sign with an account that is got administrative rights. So I can either click here to sign out. So I'm logged out. Let me actually log in now with an account, which is actually an administrator, right? So let me select this account, which is actually an administrator, right? So if I tool my sidebar, you can see there's a button that takes me to the dashboard, right? If I click there to go to the dashboard, you can see this is a beautiful dashboard for the administrator owner, right? It's nice. You can see the nice tooltips here. You can toggle it on and off like that, right? So as an administrator, there are a lot of things that you can be able to do here, right? For example, first of all, you can actually view the users who are part of this application. You can change their roles. You can actually update their roles to be either a user, an administrator, or just a random delivery guy, right? So you can be able to manage these users. Then you can actually be able to see or view the orders, right? See, all these are the orders that have been placed so far, right? As an administrator, you can actually mark them collected or delivered, or you can actually view the order, right? So let me click, for example, this one to mark it collected. Order status changed to collected, right? You can actually load more to view more orders coming in, right? So this is the order that just came in recently, right? And we have the payment token here, which is exactly the one that we get in our Stripe dashboard, right? Yeah. So what we're doing here basically is to match the payment that we receive via Stripe. We take that description according to Stripe, and on our application we call it a payment token, right? Okay, then these are the orders. Then on the menu, you can actually be able to view menu. You can actually add. So apart from adding menu, you can actually be able to view that particular menu. You can actually be able to edit it, right, to change the contents, or you can actually be able to totally like just remove it from your menu list, right? Then there's a notification sections. So each time you receive an order, there's a new sign up, there's a new delivery. On the notification side, you'll be able to see that you can actually mark these as red and red. you can be able to select them according to that, right? Then on the deliveries section, you'll be able to see the order that has been collected, and you can see the route which is being taken by the driver. So this is the driver. You can actually make a call to them and they're delivering to this particular person. Yeah, right. If that order has not been assigned to a driver, you can assign a driver, right? You can assign a driver. You can view a driver who's online, right? Then if the food item has been delivered, you can be able to see like it is delivered here, right? And also on the settings, as an administrator, you can edit your restaurant details here. You can put a new banner, you can add the delivery service fee, change the name and the address, the opening times. You can be able to change them from here, right? And you can actually be able to add category here as well, right? So this is the application, ladies and gentlemen. Let's start building. Okay, let's look at the tech stack that we'll be using. So we'll be using React on Nextjs, and we'll also be deploying on Vessel, our application, right? Then the programming language, you'll be using TypeScript. If you know basic JavaScript, you can use TypeScript, right? So I would like to encourage all those people who yet to use TypeScript. Don't be afraid. In this project, we won't be using complex types, right? And we'll be building our server, backend server, with Apollo server, right? That's the one we're going to be using to build our Graphql API, right? Then for the database, on the local machine, we're going to be using PostgreSQL, right? You can see I have got a PostgreSQL on my local machine. This is the one that we'll be using for testing things, breaking things out. But when we deploy the application, we're going to be using the cloud-based PostgreSQL that comes with Supabase, right? And also the nice thing with Supabase is that it allows us to use storage. We'll be uploading our images onto Supabase storage as well, right? And for the ORM, we're going to be using Prisma because we don't want to write our own SQL, right? We're going to be using Prisma for that. And we're going to be using Pothos. I'll show you how Pothos works, right? So this is just a schema builder for TypeScript when we're writing our GraphQL, types, and all sorts of things, right? Then for the payment handling, we're going to be using Stripe. Right, I've shown you on my demo how we're actually making a payment with Stripe, right? Then for authentication, we're going to be using Nextjs, right? Then on our client side, we're going to be querying our GraphQL server using Urql, right? This is the client we're going to be using on our front end to query our GraphQL server, right? Then for styling, we're going to be using Tailwind CSS, right? This is easy to use, simple and straightforward. Then for geocoding, location, we're going to be using MapBox. It's also simple to integrate and simple to use, right? And for state management, we're going to be using Zustand, right? Zustand is easy for me. I was actually impressed when I started using Zustand, right, for state management. So this is for things like handling carts, items which are in cart, and so forth, right? Okay, let's open our text editor, right? So I've already done the installation of my application here. Then I've removed all unnecessary files and data that we don't need here. So I would encourage you to do the same as well on your machine. You can do a clean installation and make sure like you have folder structure like mine with just data. Please go ahead on my repo and actually copy the data that I've populated already. We're going to be using this data for testing things around before we actually make queries to the database, right? And also make sure like you have images as well in this particular arrangement, right? So just to save you time, you can just go and clone the TPS REST starter template on my repo. I've provided the link in the video. Then if you're ready, we are ready to start coding. So building from top to bottom, we've got the header here, we've got the sidebar, we've got this section here, we've categories, and we've got this section here. So we're going to start with this home page, right? And before we do that, I would like you to go ahead and actually install these packages. We're going to be using headless UI because we want to take advantage of those models, right? So all those models, those drawers, will be using headless UI. Simple to integrate, right? And also for the icons, as you can see here, those are all icons will be using React icons. So go ahead actually and install those packages, right? So once you're done like that, as you can see on my side, I've already installed those packages. Then we can start building the header. Okay, let's start our server by running the command yarn dev. You can use npm if you're using npm yarn dev, right? So our server is running, and let's take a look at the project which is running, right? So there it is. We've got an empty project running here, right? So what we're going to do first of all, would like to select a font that we're going to be using throughout the application, right? So I like to use Fira's font, right? So just go to Google Fonts, type Fira. If you want to use the same, select all the fonts that you need and select it import, right? So we need this URL and we need to insert it in our global.css file, right? So if you come to our global.css file here on top here, what we need to do, for the sake of time, I'm just going to copy the CSS that you have on the finished project, put it here. Make sure you put it on top of your Tailwind CSS config here. Put this code on top here. So put the URL and the body font family, Fira sans serif, right? Once you're done with that, then click save, right? Then in our app directory here, what we like to do, we like to create a components folder, right? So just select app.jrc, then create a components folder here. Components. Inside we need another folder as well, which is going to be called common, right? So this is the folder where all the components which are shared throughout the application reside, right? So inside I'll start with the header.tsx, like that. Then I'll use my shortcut that I have on my VS Code, RFCE, to create a component, right? And here instead of div, I'll say header, right? Header like that. Okay, that's what we have. Click save. Create another component as well called sidebar. Sidebar.tsx, right? Then I say RFCE. That'll be my sidebar, right? So once I've done creating that, let me go in my page and actually import those components here. So I'm going to start with the header, right? Header here. Then I'm going to import as well the sidebar. Just like that. All right. Let's look at the header, right? Let's take a look at the finished project. So on the finished project that we have here, you can see our header. We've got a hamburger here, then we've got a button, hamburger menu, we've got a button, we've got a cat icon, then we've got login and sign up button, right? If you hover on this, you can see the text changes to green and the background is green, right? Same applies on here, right? And also responsiveness, the right side, when we reach a certain breakpoint, it disappears from the screen, right? So this is what we want to try to style right now. Okay, so let's go ahead and style our header. Let's go into our header folder and start styling it. There we are to style the header. Let's remove this, and actually this is going to be component, client component. So let's use client. Then we go into our header. Then the class name, so this one is going to be grid, and the grid columns are going to be 2 padding top and bottom 5, padding left and right 4. Then on the medium screen, the padding left and right should be 12. Then we're going to center the items, right? We want the sidebar to be sticky, right? So when we scroll up and bottom, the header remains sticky at the top, right? Top 0, Z 10, right? Then the background is going to be white. Then I'm going to split the header into 2, right? They're going to be left area, right? Let me just write left area and comment it here, right? Then we're going to have a div in that left area. Same applies as well on the right area. I'm going to split it again, comment it out, and the right area we're going to have a div, right? Okay, so on the first left area, class name gonna be flex, then gonna be item center. I'm gonna choose a gap. Should I choose a gap or should I choose a space X? Oh, let me go ahead with the gap. Then inside I'm gonna put a button first to start for the hamburger menu, right? So for the button, I'm gonna choose a class name, padding 2 all around, right? Then it's rounded full, background slate 200, text gray 500, right? But when we hover, the text should be green, right? The background, sorry, should be green, and the text should be green as well, right? Then inside, we need an icon hamburger menu, so I'm gonna go ahead to select a hamburger menu, right? So I'm just here on hero equals 2. I'm just gonna select the bar, so I'm gonna select this one, right? Then come here and use that, right? So it's gonna be HIB3. Let me move that, right? Then we're gonna put a size of 28. Then sorry, I missed something here. We need to import it in our component. So let me just try to import that. This is how we import it. Import icon name from React /hi2, right? So inside we put HIB pass3, right? Let me go ahead and put a class name, padding, cursor point, sorry, not padding, cursor point, shrink 0. We don't want it to shrink whenever we, resize our screen, right? Then also we're going to have another button. So for now, this button, we're just gonna call it location. We're not gonna style it for now. You're gonna see in the next. I'm gonna go on the right side, then we're gonna take a class. So this side, right side, will be hidden on a smaller screen, right? It will be hidden, but on the medium screen, we'll start to see it. So we're gonna set flex, then items, we're gonna center them. Justify should be at the end, always float on the end, right? Okay, then we're going to put space X because it's gonna be 2 components, 2 items, sorry, inside, right? The first item gonna be a link. So this link should inside it will contain a span, right? So let me put that link here. It needs an href, so this one will direct to cart, right? To cart. Then the class name will be relative because this is a parent of another element you're gonna put inside here. So it'll be relative, padding 2, background slate, you're gonna put 200 for now, rounded should be full, text gray 500. Then when we hover, I just copied what we have here, just copied what we have here. Everything is gonna be the same, right? Then inside we're gonna put our icon. So I went to copy it again on our icons. We're gonna put a shopping cart icon, right? And that shopping cart, we import it on top. Class name, padding right 1, right? Size gonna be 28, right? Then I'm gonna put a span. So a span, we have the counter of how many items are in cart. So for now, we're just gonna put the number 0. Then the class name, will be absolute. Remember, this is a child of that link. We made the link relative. Then this child is gonna be absolute, right? It's gonna be top 0, right 1. So you can experiment here just to see how it fits on your screen, right? I'm just going through quickly because this application is big, so I don't want to waste much time, trying to explain a lot of how I'm doing this design, right? So you just experiment with them and see how it works, right? So font the bold, I'm gonna put text gray, right? 500. Right, then I'm going to put a button again inside this right area div. So on that button, sorry, this text gray should be 600. I'll see, should either be text green or text gray. I'll see later on. Let me see this button. So on this button, the class name, background slate 200, text gray 500. Right, let me change this one to green. Yeah, let me change it to green for now. Let's see. Then on our button again, we're back here, padding left and right, form, padding top and bottom, 1 rounded should be full, and this one is going to be login or sign up button, right? Login or sign up button. Right, so that's it. Am I sorted out nicely? Nope. Let me remove that because it shouldn't be inside the link, right? So that button should be outside like that, right? Okay, so let's fix something, right? So that's the whole code actually, basically. So it's a left area and right area side, right? So let me format using my prettier so that everything looks clean and nice, and click save like that. Let's go to our app and see how it looks like. Refresh. That's how it looks like. Okay, you can see that's how it looks like. Our bigger menu, location button, then with the cut icon and the login here. Is it responsive? Let's take a look. Click here. Right, then on a smaller screen, it's the right side is hidden, but it actually shows here on a larger screen, right? It's now time to build the sidebar, right? So to build the sidebar, let's look at it, how it is on the live application right here. So we need to be able to click this hamburger menu and be able to show this dialog button, that dialog model here like this, right? So as a design for now, starting out, we just need to show some content. So let me just quickly log in here so that we see how it should really look like when we design it in the beginning, right? All right, would like you to show this kind of content here like this, right? So for our design, that's what we need to just to make right now. Okay, so for us to design to have this kind of model, we need to make use of our library here, which is headless UI. So if you head over to headless UI, look for the dialog, and we need this particular code here, which is on the dialog, right? So let me just quickly explain it. There'll be a button. So in our case, it will be that hamburger menu that toggles this dialog to open. There'll be a transition, right, to just show how it should appear, right? So I'm just going to copy this code and customize it according to our liking, right? So I'm going to just click here, copy, and just come to our VS Code and paste it, right? So coming to our VS Code, what I just need to do, I need to create a dialog component here, right? Before I create the sidebar. So that dialog component, I just want to make it reusable, right? So let's just go ahead here and create a component called dialog component. Dialog component .tsx, right, like that. So RFCE, just like that, right? Then we paste the code that we got from headless UI. Then we're going to customize it, right? Okay, let's paste. So remove that and paste the what we got from the headless UI. So this is how it looks, right? Let's customize it. So first of all, let me just remove unnecessary things here, right? So I'll just remove those unnecessary things, right? Okay, so this dialog panel, I'll just make it overflow Y auto, right? I'll just change it to my liking Y auto so that we can be able to scroll up and down, right? Flex 1 here. Then I'm gonna put a div here. So in this div here, there's gonna be a button with a icon H, HI outline X. This allows us to close model, right? or close dialog component, right? So this dialog component actually it's a parent it's just a reusable component. So inside it's gonna have children, right? So we can reuse it if we want to use it maybe at the dashboard. We can reuse it as well. So for now, let's just go ahead and just customize it, right? So if you want to see the complete code, just head over onto the GitHub repo on the completed code project. You can see the whole code that we have here, right? See, okay, I'll put that icon here to close, right? Then I'm gonna give it a class name of cursor pointer, and the size for now we're gonna make it 20. Then this button that houses this icon here, we're gonna give it a class name, padding 2, rounded full. I'm sure for now you now know background gray, 200, text gray, 500. Then when we hover on it, we're gonna use background green 200, and when we hover again, the text should be green, text green 600, right? Okay, then inside here we should have children, right? So I'm gonna show you how we're gonna add these children here. So remember, it's a reusable, right? So for now, TypeScript is giving us errors, right? On the top here, what I need to do, we need to create types, right? So this is the first time we're actually creating types. Remember, this is a reusable component, so these types here, we want to use them as our props, right? So inside we're gonna have a boolean of if is visible, so there's gonna be a type of boolean, right? And on close, when we are closing this dialog component, we need a function which just, it's a type of function which just returns void, right? Then there's the children, which is a type of a React node, right? So type of a React node. So let's put these props into our dialog. So this dialog component, we're gonna receive those props. Okay, so for here, let me just use destructuring so that we can have a nice auto completion from TypeScript, right? So is visible, is open on close, on close, then we're gonna have children, right? Then now customizing now this component now here from headless UI, where they put show, we're gonna put our own, we're gonna make it is visible, right? Then on close, we're gonna use our function that is our on close function, right? Okay, right, let's customize this dialog as well. Dialog is div, right? To just make it fixed, right? And we're going to use insert 0 so that it fills everything. Yeah, the whole page is filled, right? Top, bottom, left, right. Okay, then there's gonna be an overlay, right? This is an overlay. Just going to change it from black to be a nicer color, cool, which is like slate 300. Then opacity, we're going to put it 75, right? Then let's just remove this div here that we don't need on top here. Then let's customize this div. Flex is going to be flex column, width of 64, height of full. Background, let's make it white, and just make it relative, and the z index 10, right? Then let's customize this button now. So this is the button that allows us to just close the model, right? So on click, that's when we need that function, on close function that we're going to get from any other component, right? Okay, so that's it. We are done with the dialog component. So this is basically how it looks. It's going to receive props here, right? If it is visible, to make it visible, on close function to close it, and it's going to have children inside. So the contents of the sidebar are going to be of type children. We're going to be the children we're going to insert here. So this is going to be the React node, right? Okay, so that's the parent reusable dialog component, right, that you're going to be having. So let me just show you where we are. So this is going to be this, right? So there's an overlay, right, as well as this sidebar. So we have made it a width of 64 if you have paid attention. So let me just show you on our VS Code here. So this is basically what we have done here. So this is the side which is white, and this is the whole overlay, right? Okay, so this transition that we put here is just to make nice, entrance and exit, in terms of motion. So like smooth flow, right? Okay, yeah, so if you wanna get to experiment more, just go over to headless UI, create your own component and experiment with it, right? So we are done with this parent component. Let's go ahead to our sidebar and actually import that component and use it here now in our sidebar, right? So I'm going to remove that. Let's import the dialog component here. We import it, right? Okay, then it's going to expect children, right? So I'm going to put the props. So this is an autofill that I just used, right, from TypeScript, right? It just infers the types, right? So let me clean it up. So our function, we're going to be our onClose function. We're going to make our own custom onClose function, right? So inside it's expecting children. Let's just put a div for now, and just 1 2 3 4, right? Then let's go ahead now to make our own state here for is visible as well as onClose, right? So we're gonna say is open, right? Then set is open, then use state. You're gonna start, gonna import it from React. Then our initial state is gonna be false, right? Let's create a function here to close the model, right? We're gonna call it close model, and we're going to set is open to what? False. So this function is the one that we have on the dialog component, right? It's the one that we have on the dialog component that we're going to receive here to close the dialog component, right? Okay, so let's proceed. Okay, we can just make it true for now. Is it true or false? Okay, for the sake of testing, maybe let's make it true, right? Then let's set is visible to the state that we currently have. So it's going to be is open. Then to close, we're going to say it close model, right? Okay, then let's make this, because it's a client component, it uses useState. It needs to be a client component, otherwise we're gonna receive errors that we are receiving here already, right? So let's just say use client, right? Once you're done with that, you just save, right? And let's take a look at what we have currently, right? Let me just close this. Let's see here. Let's refresh. You see, we have it because the state is true, so we have it. So this is the sidebar, and this is the overlay that's there. So if we click close here, it should close just like that, right? Okay, before we proceed, we just like to fix something here. We just need to sort this exactly to be like that, right? As we can see it here, right? So you see, when we come back to it, there's an outline which is black, right? So let's just fix that on our dialog component that we had, right? So here on this div, which is inside the dialog panel, we just want to make a class, right? Then you say flex, so that it flex towards the end. So just for end, and you say margin top 3, right? And also what we like to do, we just need to make that button outline to be none, right? So once we're done that is going to be fixed, right? Okay, let's go now to our sidebar, right? On our sidebar, what we need to have is this kind of layout, which is like this. So we need to have our logo. We need to have the image of the person who's logged in. They can click here to view their account, direct to their account. Then they can have these other routes here that can either take them to home, to orders, favorites, and so forth, right? So let's do that. Please kindly follow along here, right? So inside, remember this dialog component, it's a wrapper, right? It's a wrapper, it's reusable. So now we are populating content for our sidebar, right? We can use this dialog component maybe on the dashboard and populate some other random information, right? Maybe to add a user, right? Okay, so here let's proceed and just make this div, right? This div should be a div of a class name flex, should be flex column, right? And we're just going to make the gap top bottom of 6, right? Padding left and right 6, padding top 8, right? Then inside we start to make the first div. This div is the one that will contain our logo image, right? So class name, we're going to say it flex as well, because we want it to do, float maybe around the center. So justify center. Then margin top and right, top bottom should be of 3. Then inside we'll put a link. So inside this link, let me just quickly check here. All right. So inside that link, the href should direct us to our home. So inside this link, there's going to be an image, right? Class name outline, I'm going to put an image inside this link. And this image, the source will be under the images, right? Under the images there that are in the starter file. There's a pictures there called logo.png. I'm going to give it a width of 40 just to be smaller, right? And also a height of 40 as well. Then we just need an out. We're going to call this logo, right? Just logo, right? Then we close our link like that. Then the second div, right? So I'm going to use this shorthand here that can quickly just create, class names as well as the element, right? So you can use it as well, right? Right. So once I press enter, I already have the class name populated like that. So inside this div, we're going to have an image, right? So this is going to be a flex. This div is going to be a flex item center, right? The first element is going to be an image. Then the next element is going to be like small details of the user, right? So the image will be the person who's logged in. The source of the image for now, let's just use the images that we have currently, right? So image under humans h1.jpg. We're going to give it a width of 40 as well the height of 40. And out, we're going to call this maybe user image, for example, right? And let's give it a class name object cover. We don't want this image to overlap, right? Rounded full, right? Then I'm going to create a div, right, inside this div. All right, I'm saying a lot of divs here, but I think you can be able to see here, right? Like this div is actually containing this, right? So I'll put those class names like that as well. It's just a shorthand of just quickly creating an element with the class names, right? Okay, let's proceed. So it's gonna be flex column space top and bottom of 2, and the text should be small, right? Inside we're gonna have a span which contains the name of the person who's currently logged in, as well as a link that links them to view an account, right? So this one, you're gonna just direct them to the user page or user dashboard or user portal or whatever, right? Then I'm gonna give a class name of padding left 4 just to make things more straight and text green, right? Then I'm just gonna say view account, right? That's that, right? Let's proceed. So we are in this parent div. We're still in this parent div here, right? We're still in that parent div. Sorry, oops, I don't know what happened here. Still that parent div there, right? You can see this here, right? We're still in that parent div, right? So we have made div 1, div 2. Now we're making another div. Although those div 1 and div 2 have got some sub elements inside of them. But let's just proceed. You can check the code on the repo and align it with yours, right? If you don't understand. Okay, so we're going to have links, right? So I've populated links that I've just quickly got from there. So I just populated them here. You can just copy, for the sake of time, just copy them and import these icons from React icons. So you just make your array of objects, like title with the string, icon with the type of an icon, and URL, right? Just like that. Okay, so we need to loop over these links array, right? We need to loop. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna say link links.map, and we're gonna call it link, right? Then what we're going to do, we're gonna create a link here. No, the shorthand doesn't work here, so we're just gonna type it manually, link, right? So that link, if someone clicks on it, it's gonna direct you to the link.url, right? And I'm gonna give a class name as well of this link, flex items. They're gonna be elements inside, so flex item center, padding of 3, transition should be all, right? Then the font, I'm just gonna make it semi-bold, right? And when I hover, the text should be something like green. When I hover, the background should be of 100 and just rounded MD, right? Okay, just like that. Let's close it. Oops, we are looping through an array, so we need a key. So link.title will be the key, right? Then inside this link, we need to create an element, right? So we use the React create element. So we're just gonna import it. Let me type it. And if I do control dot on my Windows machine, it's gonna automatically import from React, right? On Mac, you can say maybe command dot, then it can be imported. So that element, create elements from React. So inside, I'll say link.icon. Then I also put a class name, like just like that, class name, and put a height of 5 and a width of 5. So this is for the icon, right? So I'm creating an element inside the link because I'm looping over. I can't just hard code it here, right? So I need to create an element using React. Margin of right of 4, shrink 0. I don't want my icons to shrink when I resize the screen, right? Okay, then inside I'm gonna put a span. So this is just inside the link, right? Yeah, span padding left of 2. Then it's gonna be link.title, right? Then on the bottom here, we're still inside the parent div of the sidebar, right? Sub parent, if I can say, because the dialog is the parent, then another div is a sub parent or debut parent, right? Then I'm gonna put a button there. So right, this button now gonna be flex, item center, padding 3, transition all, font semi-bold, right? Then inside I need to import that arrow, right? It's just an icon for logging out, right? So import it from React icons, right? Then I'm gonna put a class name of margin right, shrink 0, right? I'm gonna give it a size of 26. Then I'm gonna put a span with a padding left of 2, right? Then I'm gonna write sign out, right? So once I'm done with that, then I can click save here. Let me just format this to look nicer, right? It's formatted nicely, right? Let me click save. Let's see how it looks, right? On our local server, there we are. There it is. So when I hover it, it's actually green, and this has changed as well, right? So that is it for our sidebar for now, right? Right, so our sidebar, as you can see here, the only way we can show it is by either refreshing and the state will be true. That's when we'll be able to see our sidebar here, right? So the sidebar is not really appearing when we actually click this button here unless we refresh, right? So we need to fix that. So for us to fix that, we're going to use a state management library called Zustand, right? Because we're going to be using this sidebar and the header on different pages, right? So we need a state management for us to be able to do that, right? So Zustand is just simple and easy to use. I was excited when I started using Zustand. It's simple. So let's just install Zustand on our project, right? So just go here and yarn add Zustand, right? Right, while that is doing that, let's go ahead and create a folder on our root here, and we like to call that, you know, folder lib, right? So just come here and type lib, right? Lib, and inside we create a file called store.ts, right? So this is where we're going to be putting our we're going to create our store, right, for state, right? So we're going to be, you know, for the sidebar as well as for the cart. So we're gonna deal with the cart later on, right? So we need so to create a store here or a stage, what we do is simple. Like here you can see, first create a store, right? So this is for, you know, JavaScript, but if you want to use TypeScript, this is the guide for using TypeScript. The difference here is just to add these two, you know, parentheses here, like what they're saying here, right? So that's basically what we're going to be doing here. So let's go ahead actually and create our store here inside here, right? Okay, creating our store now. So what we need to do first of all, according to the existent guide, right, we just need to create like a type, or for now just use interface, right? Yeah, let's just explore some other things, right? So this interface, I'm gonna call it sidebar drawer store, right? And it's gonna be of this structure. So it's gonna be a sidebar, it's gonna be a type of a boolean, then these functions which return void on sidebar open. So when you open the sidebar, call it for the function, it's void, it's gonna be void. On sidebar close, it's a function as well, which is going to be, you know, return nothing, void, right? Now let's create our store now, right? That's the interface, that's how you do it. Just check the existing documentation, right? Then we export a const. This is the store now that we're going to be exporting, right? Export const, we're going to call it use sidebar drawer, right? That's going to be our store, right? Then we need to do something like this. You say create, and we link the type here, which is actually the interface that we're using, right? Sidebar draw store, right, is a type like that. So it's TypeScript recommendation from Zustand. We need to put a parenthesis there and open another parenthesis as well and call the set function, right? There we go. Then inside the set function, we're going to initialize the state of each sidebar open, and we're going to call it false for now. It's going to be false, right? Then when we call this function on sidebar open, what do we need to do? We need to set something, right? So autofill is just messing around here. Okay, let me just start with this one on sidebar close. So it's going to be function. We'll call our function now. Then we say set is sidebar open. What do? We need to set these to false, right? It's going to be false. Let's do the same on sidebar open. We need to set that to true. So sidebar is going to be true, right? Okay, once you're done with that, let's save. Let's head over to our header. That's where our hamburger menu icon is, right? So let's head over to here. So what we did, so it's simple. You see, Zustand is simple to use. We just created a store. We actually installed it, created a store inside the lib folder, right? Then just created a store function, right? We could use sidebar drawer, right? Then to use it now, just come here to header, right? Then let's just say const, and let's destructure here, const, let's destructure. Then we call for that use sidebar drawer, which is actually the store for the drawer, right? Store, store, right? Okay, we call it for that function here. Then inside we just want to open the sidebar, right? Then let's go on this button now here. Then we say on click. When you click that button, which houses our, you know, hamburger menu icon, then what we need to do, we need to call on sidebar open, whether it's false or true, right? Okay, so once you're done with that, it's fine. Let's save. Let's go to the sidebar again, right? So on our sidebar, remember we're using this manually. We're kind of like manually implementing, you know, close opening, right? So what we need to do, we need to remove that, use state for now, and we just need to use SysGen, right? So it's the same destructure const, open an object, then use sidebar draw that function, call that function. Then inside you see on our dialog component here, we need an opening and a closing, right? So we need a function as well as the state here, right? So is sidebar open? Any state of the sidebar, is it open or is it true or false? We need it. Let's import it here. Then also that function to close, let's import it as well here, right? Then is visible, then we call the state of either true or false, yeah. Then on close, we just call that function on sidebar close, right? Just like that. So when you're done with that, let's hit save, and let's see how our application is right now. Okay, let's try now to click here, this button here. Wow, it's working. Close here, it's working. What if you try to close this one? It's also working. So that's it. Simple and straightforward to use SysGen, right? We've made tremendous progress so far. So what you just need to do, we just need to commit our code. So let's just do git add. I just add everything, right? Then git commit. Then this one is just, we call it features, right? Yeah, features like that. Then we just say edit the header, edit header and sidebar, just something like that, simple, straightforward like that. Okay, then we just say git push. That's it. Okay, so next in line, what we need to build, it's actually this hero section here, right? So we're moving from top to bottom. We need to build this hero section here. So for us to do that, what you can do, let's just clean everything here, close all the tabs, and just clean everything to start on a clear state, slate, right? Then inside the components folder, we need to create another folder. This is only for home components, right, on our landing page, right? So inside home, we need a file called hero section, right? So as usual, we use our favorite friend UCE, then we created a hero section, right? Once created that hero section, what we need to do is actually to import it in the page, to import it on our page here. So let's just go to our page here, then import the hero section, import it like that. Cool, right? Alright, let's start building our hero section, right? So what we like to achieve is this kind of layout here, where we have that logo like that. It's floating towards this side, right? And if we try to like see it on a smaller screen, it should always stay like that, right? And also that banner should also stay cool like that, right? So let's go ahead and code the code for that hero section. All right, so on this hero section, let's go ahead and create a banner image, right? That's how I'm just gonna do it. So I'm just gonna say const banner image for now. All right, then inside here it's gonna be a section relative. The height on smaller screen is gonna be 72, on medium screen is gonna be 96, right? Right, okay, 96 like that. That's to be a section. So inside this section we need to have a div. So this is the div that's gonna house our banner image, right? So the div with a full, right, background, no repeat, background cover is gonna be relative, and the height is going to be 48 on smaller screen, and it's going to be 72 on bigger screens, right? Okay, all right, there's some mistakes I just did here, but I'll fix them later on, especially on the height. For the MD, I'm supposed to put a stroke there, right? But I'll fix it later on, right? Okay, let's go ahead. We need to style this div, right, to have a background image of our banner image, right? So that's how we do it. URL, then put the banner image like that, right? So that's the div, nothing inside that div, only the div on its own, and it's got to have, you know, background image of a banner, right? So that banner image is the one that's on our, if you check on our public folder here, inside this banner image here, that's what we have here, right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and create another div as well. So this is the div that will house our logo on the left hand side, as you saw. Absolute, bottom 0, left 0, rounded full, the width of 28 and height of 28, right? Padding 1, overflow hidden, and the background of white, the ring size of 2 and ring white. Okay, just like that. Then inside now, that's when we need the image, right? So the image source, we're gonna use our logo. The width is gonna be 100, the height as well is gonna be 100. Then the class name, we need the width to be full of the image. Object should be contained, and the Urql should be just TPS restore logo, right? Just like that. Then we need another div as well. Absolute, bottom 3. This is the details, smaller details that you have seen there of the restaurant, right? Bottom 3, left 40, right? Just like that. So inside here we need other divs. So the first div, it's gonna be flex column, right? Then inside that div as well, another div which will house our H1. The H1, we have the name of the restaurant, so just call it DPS Resto for now. Then we have another div, right? Flex item center. This one is gonna house our rating for the restaurant. So I'm just gonna import the HI stuff from, you know, icons or rect icons. Then I'm gonna have a paragraph, right, which is the rating 4.5 rating, like that. Then the last div, for now what we're going to do, we're just gonna say more details, but this one should be like a model, right? And this one should be a button. When we click on it, we should see a model, but for now I'm just gonna say more info, right? So let me click save, right, and let's see how our model looks like. Remember I said there's some things we need to fix, right? So this is how it looks like. So you can see the height is not what we really, you know, said it should be on medium, right? So let's quickly fix that. So if you come here, this height here, it should be with a stroke like that, 96, and also here we should put H stroke 72 like that, right? Let's click save and see what is changed. Right. Now our height is according to how we like it, and this one is going to be a button. So that's it. Let's see how it's respond to a resize, screen resize. So there you go, right? You can see the banner changes like that, changes like that, right? Everything's still working fine. All right, so let's start by importing our promos component inside the page here, right? So let's come into our page and let's import promos just like that, right? So once we promote it, we save, we should be able to see promos here, right? Then let's go ahead into our promos. Let me just refresh here so that you can, there we see our promos here. Let's go into our promos. So what we're going to do, we're going to take this promo card here, take this promo card and put it as a component inside this parent promos. Then we're going to map over this data that we have here, right? So inside our promos, what we'd like to do, we'd like to have this section first. Let me go here. We'd like to have this section that says on promo. Then we're going to have these cards here, which shows items which are on promo, right? So first of all, let's create this. Then we're gonna create, we're gonna map over our array here to have these cards like this. All right, so let's proceed. Let's remove that. Then inside this div, we're gonna create, so this is the first div where we put that word on promo. Class name, let's hit make maximum width to XL, make maximum MX auto, right? So it's margin left and right auto, top and bottom margin 5, text, you want to make it center, and we're not going to put in H2 there, H2 tag. Class name, the text should be larger, 3XL, right? Then it's going to be leading text, tracking tight, text gray. Let me do like this so that you can be able to see nicely. Text gray, right? On a smaller screen, text should be a little bit bigger, right? Then we're gonna call it on promo, right? So let's save currently to see what we have. I'm not so sure why it's taking time to load, right? Okay, there we go. That's what we have, right? So let's proceed again to go to the next section, right? So let's make this a parent with those fragments open and closing tags, right, which are empty. Okay, so let's do it like this. Decide that it be a parent. Then inside here, I'm going to create a section which is going to be a flex row, item center, padding, top and bottom 8, gap of 4. On a medium screen, you're going to justify things center, then you're going to justify them in between, right? So what we're trying to do here is just to basically make this, which is a flex. This is the section I'm talking about. Be flex, then you're going to be flex row, gap 4, and yeah, something like that, right? Then we'll also need overflow X auto so that we can be able to scroll like that, right? Okay, so that's basically the code here, right? Let's create that. So I just use this shorthand here of just typing everything and pressing enter, right? So now we have a section. Then inside here our section, let's now get the promo card, right? Let's get the promo card like that. Okay, promo card like that. Okay, I'm gonna loop over it. So this promo card we're gonna take let's loop over it first of all, right? So let's just take this data that we have here. It's called on promo, right? It's an array of objects, right, where we have an ID, title, image, sales quantity, likes, the number, the percentage off, and the price, right? So let's loop over that. Let's map over. I'm saying loop over, it's mapping, right? So map, and then we're gonna say each promo, right? Then let's put our promo card inside. Obviously it needs a key, right? So the key should be the ID, right, that we have. Then this promo card is to take props, right? It is to take props, which is actually the details of that each prop object, right? So let's just take put it like promo like that, right? And right, so that's basically what we have just did here. So we're going to have an error. It means we need now to go to our promo card here, right? So let's save. Apologies for that. Let's save here. Then let's just go on our promo card. So on our promo card, let's start styling it, right? Now just remove that, and we're going to make a type now. Type of promo types, right? So this is the first time that we're going to making promo types. No, it's the second time actually we're going to making types, right? Then we're going to have a type of a title, string. Actually, let me just make it like props, then promo. Let me go to a folder, a file called types, and actually put all my types here. So let me create my promo types inside here like that. So we're gonna have a promo types of title, image, string, sales, Q will be number, likes will be number, percentage off, right? So that's the types we need. Then when you come to a promo card, we need to import those types. So import those promo types like that, right? Then our props, put them in our promo card like that. Is destructure, just destructure there of the type promo types, right? So get our props. Then let's make our each promo card to be of tag article, right? It's just, you know, taking note of semantics, right? Okay, article like that. Then inside this article, what we need is class name, gonna be flex, right? Then it's gonna be width of 96. It's gonna be rounded large. Gonna shrink 0 on, because we don't want it when we resize our screen to shrink, right? Then we're gonna make it shade large, text gray, 500. When we hover on it, we need the background to be green, so, and also the text, we need the text to be green, right? So what we're trying to say is that when we hover on this card, you see the background is green and the text changes to green as well, right? Okay, let's proceed. And then we're gonna have transition, just a smooth flow, right? Transition, or we need a duration of 200 in easy out, right? Just a smooth, you see what's happening here, right? Just a smooth flow of things when we hover on it, right? Okay, let's proceed. So inside this article, I'm gonna make a div which is of flex. I'm gonna flex one, right? Relative, this div should be relative, right? And overflow hidden, right? So this div I'm making is for this image, right? This image, we're gonna make two divs, one for this image. We're gonna make it relative because we want to make this section here where there's a percentage to be absolute, right? Okay, then the other div will be where it contains these details about that promo item, right? So overflow hidden because we need this image to be contained inside the div. Okay, so let's proceed, right? So inside we need a span. So this span is actually this, where there's a percentage where we say 10% off or 8% off, right? Okay, then we're gonna say promo percent off, right? Then we put a percentage sign like that, then we write off. Then we need an image, right? So our image, obviously you can take a class name, it's rounded large, right? You see it's got smooth corners there, right? Then we have a source which will be promo.image. Then we give it a width, we're gonna give it a width of 200. Gonna go a height of 200, and out we're just gonna say promo image, right? Then our span, let's give it a class name, absolute as well. This yeah, we're gonna make this one absolute. Then we're gonna say rotate 50 degrees, right? 50 degrees like that. Okay, then from the top 4, right 1, padding left and right 4, padding top and bottom 2, red. We need the background to be red. You can see the background is red here. Okay, and obviously we need to have the text to be white and the text should be center, right? Then we're going to make another div now. So this is the div which houses these details here, right? In that div we're going to say flex 1, flex is going to be a flex column, flex 1, padding all around should be 5, then space top and bottom should be 3, right? Okay, then inside we need a p tag, and p tag going to give you class name, font should be semi-bold, right? And the text should be the promo title. Then we're going to make another p tag, right, to give it a class name, text xs. So this p tag will be this one now, right? Xs. Then it should be inline, right? Because we want these things to flex. I'm going to show you how it works, right? Okay, inline flex, we're going to make it inline flex. Item should be center. Then inside this p tag we need to have a promo.sales, right? Promo.sales q, which is that number, example 2200 here. So that's what we're putting inside here. And we need a span for that dot. You can see that dot which is grayish, right? This dot here which is gray. So we're gonna make it span, and we're gonna give it a class name, a height of 2 and a width of 2. Background should be gray 400 and rounded full, right? And margin left and right should be 2, right? So we don't put anything in this span because it will come out like a dot like that, just as a separator between ourselves and our likes, right? Then inside we need again promo.likes, and we call it likes like that, right? Then we need a p tag as well, where we show the price, right? So it's gonna be p tag of text red. Then inside we say promo.price like that. Okay, then we need to go and actually have a button like this one, right? So button, right? Let's style it order now, right? And give it a class name. All right, there's something I'll need to do, right? There's something I need to do. So here, let me just give this promo price a $sign, right? And I forgot to write sales here, right? So let's proceed. I'm going to give this button a class name of form button, right? But when I save here everything, let's see how it comes out. Let me just quickly refresh this. Okay, this is what we have, but our button is not styled. You see, our button is not styled, although everything is working fine, right? It's working fine. So we need to style this button. So what we're going to do, we're going to go into our global.css, right? In our global.css, we need to put layered components, right? So we just need to extend, we need to make our custom kind of CSS, if I can say it like that, right? Because this type of a button with that styling, we're gonna be using it on multiple instances, right? So it's just good to just make it once here, right? So I'm just going to say layer components. You can check the Tailwind CSS documentation to see how to do this, right? Then inside, I'm gonna call form button class, right? And I'm gonna give it all these CSS properties, right? So all those CSS properties: width of full, text white, background green, and when you hover it, background green 700, focus ring outline, right? Font medium, rounded large, all those properties, right? I'm gonna give it like that. Then I'll click save here. When I click save, this one should change. There we go, right? You see, so this is the styling that we're talking about. Next on the line, we need a section called categories here. So the section looks like this. Categories are a list of items with an image and a title, and we can be able to scroll left to right, right? Okay, so let's quickly go in our home folder and create a component called category .tsx. Then we just initialize this component RFCE. Then we create it, and let's go ahead in our page and import that category. So under here, we import categories. Then we say categories, auto completion. Then we should have categories here. There we have our categories here, right? So let's go ahead now and start building this particular component here. Okay, so let's remove that, we don't need it. Then we make it a section, right? In this section, what we need, we're gonna give it a class name, margin top and bottom 16, right? Then on this section, we need to have a div inside. So what I just did, I just copied what we had on our promo. It's just the same. What I just changed is the name here to say on promo. So it's just the same that we have on the if we go on our promos here, this particular section here, that's what I just copied and actually populated here, right? So we have that. It will be similar base, right? So let's proceed. Then we're gonna just make it name it categories, right? Then we're gonna have another div right now. So this is the div that houses the image and the title, right? Okay, So we're gonna give it a class name of flex, flex row items center. Then on medium screen, just find center. Let me just do this so that you can be able to see clearly. Just find center. Just find the items between. Margin top and bottom. Margin top will be 12, and the gap on medium screen will be 12. Right. Then overflow, X auto, so that we can be able to scroll. Right, then I'm going to loop over the categories. I'm going to map over the categories, right? So I'm just going to import categories data. So this is the data that we have in our data folder under categories, right? So you should go ahead and actually change these two from const categories to export const categories data. Change it like that, so that when you come here, you'll be able to import it as categories data, right? Then we're going to say .map, then you're gonna call it Kate, right, for short for categories. Then inside we're gonna have a div. This div gonna have a class name of flex row items, item center. On medium screen, just find center. Then we're gonna just find between. Oops, I think I made a mistake. This should be just find. Padding gonna be 3. Cursor pointer shrink 0. Then overflow hidden, right? We need to contain the elements inside this div, right? Then when you hover, the background should be slate 200. Okay, then we need to give it a key, and the key will be cut.id, right? Inside we're going to put an image. An image is going to take a source of cut.image source, and the width we're going to give it a 60. The height is going to be 60 as well. Then the alt, when I just say it cut image, or rather let's say category, right? Then that's the first element. Sorry, I think I made a mistake here. This should be a flex column, right? And the rounded, it should be rounded full, right? So this is the div that contains the image, like I'm saying. It contains the image as well as this text here, right? Okay, so let's proceed. Then we need to have that text. Now it's either burger, pizza, drinks, right? So that text, we're just gonna say it's a div and white space, no rep. We don't want it to be, to be truncated, right? So that's why we're using white space, no rep. Then the text should be small. Press enter. Then inside we need to have an H3 where we have a text of which is centered, right? Then we're gonna say cut.category, right? So that, okay, on this div, I need to make it of a same width and same height. So I just say height 16 as well as width of 16 as well, right? Okay, then once you're done with that, let's refresh, let's save and see what we have. So oops, I think I made a mistake here. Okay, and then save. Okay, there we go. That's what we have here. The next section we have is the menu section. On the main section, we do have the cards, which is our menu cards. We're going to call them menu cards. And on the menu card, each and menu card, there is a model. So the model is another component. And inside the menu model, we do have a favorites button. So what we're going to be making now is the section, the card, the model, and the favorites button, right? We would like to make our model to be a reusable component. As you can see on the login, there is a model as well, and on the card there is a model. So we're going to make another component which is reusable, which is called the model. Let's create these components. In the home folder, let's create a menu section file. .tsx, right? And also let's initialize it, see, like that. Save, create another file. is going to be called menu card.tsx. We initialize it, save, then we create another file again. We're gonna call it menu model.tsx. Save. Let's go inside our commons folder. We're going to create two reusable components. Right, number one, we're going to call it a model, just like that, tsx. Another component, we're going to call it favorites button.tsx. btn.tsx. Okay, so what you're going to do, we're going to have a section, that's what we call the menu section, and the menu section we're going to have cards, that's we're going to have mapping over menu cards, going to be mapping over menu cards, right? And when you click on each card, we're going to have a menu model, so that's what we call menu model, right? Then this parent model, it's going to be a reusable component because you're using it on multiple instances, for example on logging in, right? And also the favorites button, we're going to be using it on the home page as well as on the user's favorites, right? So let's just initialize the favorites button here, just like that. Okay. Okay, now that we are done creating those files as we need, as we have them here, favorites model, menu card, menu model, menu section, the first thing we need to do is actually come in our pages folder on the home page and actually import the menu section, right? So we just import the menu section like that, then you click save. Once you click save, then we have to start building the menu section now. So just go ahead all over to the menu section. Remember, on the menu section, this is what we want to do, right? So it's gonna be a section, then I've just copied you know, from our various sections like the categories and the promos. So I just copied that div from the categories. It's the same, this particular heading here, right, in h2, right? So I'm gonna change it to be menu, so that'll be my section. Then we're gonna go to the next part. On this section, let's give it a class name. Then we're gonna just say margin bottom should be just 24, right? Then it's going to be in this layout here, right, in this layout. So we're just gonna create a div, and that div is gonna be a class of I'm just gonna put a margin top of 8. Then it's gonna be a grid, right? Grid, because we want to have these grids layout kind of here, right? So on our grid, obviously on a mobile, grid columns should be 1. I'm gonna give a gap of 8 so that we have these nice gaps here in between, right? Okay, then on a smaller screen, the grids should be two columns, right? 2 columns, right? Then we're going to have on the empty, the columns should be 3. On the larger screen, the columns should be 4. Then what we're going to do, we're going to import the menu data from our data folder. Remember, we're just going to import that menu data, then we're going to map it. We've imported it there, going to map it. So we're going to call it menu, the item menu, right? Then we have to import now the menu model, right? That's what we're going to be looping over, right? Okay, so we're going to import the menu model, and we need a properties of menu, right, like that. Then the key of menu.id, right? Okay, so once we have that, let's click save and see how it appears here. So you see we now have menu model, menu model, menu model, like that, right? Okay, so the next part, what we need to do, let's go to our menu model and see what you can do there. Okay, on our menu model, what we need to do, let's just remove that, and we're going to have types, right? Type of a prop. So we need the props menu of the type menu, right? the type menu. So before we proceed, let's go to our types and create types for the menu, right? So our menu is going to have properties ID, string, title, string, right? The price of going number, then the preparation type is gonna be a string. Okay, you're gonna see how it's gonna work as we proceed, right? Okay, so we're back on our menu model, right? So on the menu model, right, what you're going to do, I'm going to take those props from the parent, the menu section, then you can just destructure here like props, right? Then here now, let's just create a fragment, right? In this fragment, we need a menu code, right? So as I explained earlier on, we need a menu code. I'm going to show you exactly how everything's going to work right from here. So for the sake of time, let me just keep on typing the code. So we need a menu code inside this menu model, right? Then on the menu card, it's going to take again the props menu, right? Props menu. And also what we need to do, we need to create a state of opening the model and closing the model, right? So I'm going to say const is open, set is open. I'm going to use useState. The initial state is going to be false, right? Then I'm going to create these functions. So I'm going to create the close model, then the open model, right? So open model to set it to true, close to set it false, right? Okay, so once that is done, what we need to do for now, let me just put the open model on the menu card like that, right? Okay, right. Then before we import the model, remember there's a reusable model that we're going to be using, right? So that's the one I want to create first. So this one, this reusable, right? So what I'm going to do, this reusable model is the same as the dialog component. So we just got it from the headless UI. If you remember, from the headless UI, if you hover there, there was a dialog component that we actually got, right? So it's going to be same. I'm just gonna copy the one, for the sake of time, the one that I have on the completed project, and I'm just going to show you the parts that are going to change, right? Okay, so on our model, let me just copy it from the completed project and paste it here, right? I copy it and paste it here like that, right? So this is the same as the dialog component we did before, right? It needs an opening is open property, it needs a title, it needs a close. So this is a reusable component, so we're going to have children inside of it, right? So these are the model props. It's going to take these props, so everywhere we're going to use, it's going to require these props. The title, obviously, it's optional, right? So the things that I've changed here, right, let me just minimize here and see the things that I've changed. We have the title, it's optional. Then we have the children here in the dialog panel, right? Inside the dialog panel here, right? And here, obviously, like the dialog component here, we should be able to close it, right? Now, this one is going to be a width of full. Maximum width is going to be empty, which means this model is going to be centered actually. So let me click on the completed project. See, if I click like that, you see the model is on the center, right? And the overlay is just around it, right? Same applies like here, right? So that's where the changes are, right? Most of the changes are, right? So we just need to center this, as opposed to the dialog component here, where we had it, it was mostly it was aligned on the left side, right? Yeah, so if you don't understand what's going on here, I would encourage you to go to Headless UI, check the code there, how they did it, and also just check on this completed project and see how I implemented it here, right? But for the sake of time, I've told you where to get the information. You can play around it and see how it works for you, right? So okay, once I have the menu, the model like that, it's a parent wrapper, it's a reusable. I'm just gonna save. What we need to do on the menu model here, we just need to import it, right? So let's import that model here, right? Then let's give it these properties: is open, close model, like that. And let's just make it yeah, so that you can take children like that. Okay, then inside let's just put a div for now. Let me just change the open model to be smaller later to start with. Okay, right, so inside I just put a div for now, right? So before we proceed, let me go now to because we need the menu card, right? So let me check where the menu card is. All right, so on the menu card, let's start now working on the menu card. So on the menu card, let's just remove that, and we need the properties. Remember, the menu card is going to take the menu menu props, right? And also we need that function to be able to open and close the model. So in other words, this is the menu card, right? So we need to be able to click on it to be able to open the project, the model, right? Okay, so let's proceed. Right, I'm just going to take those properties there, right? Menu and open model props, right? Let me just correct this to be a small letter O, right? Then what we are returning here, we need a div, right? I'm gonna give it a class name of flex, right? So what we are building now is this. So we're gonna have an image as well as this title and the price, right? Flex column, right? Then rounded large, I'm gonna give it a shadow empty. When we hover on it, it should scale 105, right? Just like that. Then also we need, when we hover on it, we need to give a shadow of large, right? Then we're just gonna say transition or duration 200 is out. Then the cursor should be pointer, right? Just like that. So this is the effect we need. So when we hover on it, the shadow increases as well, it scales, right? It scales out like that. That's the effect we're looking for, right? Okay, let's give this card an on click function, right? On click listener, right? So that when we click on it, it should open the model, right? Then inside, let's put an image. Our image is going to take a source of menu.image. Then the width, we're going to say 360. Then the height is going to be 200. And we're going to just make the out. We're just going to say menu image. Then the class name, we just want to give it a height of 56. The width should be full, and the object scale down, right? Around it. If you don't understand what is object scale down, just go head over to Tailor and CSS and do a read, right? Then on the margin, on the top part of the image, we just say need it to be rounded, right? Like that. Then I'm gonna create another div now. So this div is the one that has this title as well as this price, right? Div flex column, flex 1, padding all over should be 5, right? Like that. Then inside I'm going to have again div flex, right? It's gonna be a div flex justify between item center, just like that. Then I'm gonna have an h2 where we have the menu.title. Then I'm gonna have the span where we have the price, right? Menu.price. So let me just give it a $sign like that, and let me just give it a class name. I need it to be green, text green, like here what we have, it's a text green, right? Like that. Font, I'm gonna make it semi-bold, just like that. Okay, so right, it seems we are done here. Let me save, right? Let me click save here. What do we have as yet? Nothing is appearing as yet, because we haven't completed our menu model here, right? So nope, something is missing. Is it the menu section? Because I did save this menu section. Then we need the menu model. All right, let's keep on working on the menu model, right? So on the menu model, let's keep on working on it now. So on the div here in the menu model, we need this is the menu card. So this is the menu model, right? The menu card is where we're going to click, right? Just same applies as our dialog component. We need something to click on. So if you check on our dialog component here, right, there's where did we use the dialog component? We used it on the sidebar. All right, yes. So on the sidebar we need to click on something, right? So if we click on something, we actually clicked on the header. So on the header here, so if we click on this button, this is the button that we clicks, it actually shows us the dialog component, right? So this is the same. If we click on the menu model, remember on the menu model we actually give it an on-click function, on-click listener, right? So when we click on it, it will show this model right here. Okay, so let's proceed. Then we're gonna give it a class name of relative, right? This is now we're working on the model now. We're working on this model, right? We're working on this model. Let's give it a relative, class relative. Then inside we need an image, right? I just copied over what we have on the menu card. It's just the same properties here. So that's this image here. That's this image here. Same properties, right? So once you're done with that, let me create another div again. The reason why I give this a relative, because I need this image as well as this favorites button, right? So let me create another div again. Then in this div I'm gonna say class name absolute. Top it should be 10 pixels. Then left 15, right? 15 pixels, width 12 out of 12, like that. Let me just do this so that you can be able to see nicely, right? Rounded full background, I'm gonna give it a background of white. If you look closely, you can see here, that's the div I'm creating, the white background where the favorites button is, that white div here, right? So it's rounded full, you can see it's rounded. It just sits well with our theme here, right? So let me create a favorites button. Let me import a favorites button here, right? Okay, so let me import our favorites button, right, like that. So let me head over to the favorites button. There's our favorites button. To create our favorites button to appear like this now, what we need to do is to give it div relative, right? When we hover, we just need opacity to be 80, right? Then transition, right? Then I'm just gonna quickly copy these from the completed project. I need that icon, which is AI outline heart, right? Just gonna copy it quickly. I'm just gonna give it a size of 40. Then I'm just gonna give it a class name, text green 700, right? Then top it should be to the 20 pixels, right? 30 pixels, and the cursor pointer, right? So when we're gonna use this, we're gonna put more functionality when we're going to be implementing the favoriting side of things, right? Okay, let me click save. Then come back to the menu model here and let's carry on. So we've imported that favorites button. Then I'm going to create another div now, right? So we are still inside. So you see on this div, that's where the image and the favorites button is. So I'm just going to create another div here, right? So on that other div, I'll now need that long text you can see here, right? So I'm just gonna have a paragraph where the text is small, text is gray 500, just like that. Then what do we need? We need menu.long description, right? So where am I getting all these details here, like menu long description? You can check on the data, you can check menu data, you'll be able to see all these properties I'm putting here, right? Okay, let me give this class name margin top 2 so that we can just have a gap, a small gap here, right? Okay, let's proceed. We're done with this div. I'm going to create another div. So this div now, I'm going to actually get a disclosure, right? So I just copied from the completed code. I'm going to explain all this here, right? So this disclosure is actually this element here that we get from headless UI, right? So let's preview it. It's something like that. We need something like that, right? So this is what we're getting. You can see on the code, I just copied the disclosure. It's going to have the opening property there, right? And all other, you know, information inside, right? Just like that. So this element, the disclosure element, that's what I copied, right? So I copied it exactly like that. Let's customize it according to our liking, right? So what do we need here? Okay, on this disclosure, we need, let me just import all these things, right? We need to loop over the menu dot preparation type, right? Menu dot preparation type. If we go to our data, menu data here, you can see like each and every preparation type, it's actually an array of strings, right? So we need a way to loop over this menu prep type, right? Okay, right. So let me just close that. Then we come here, we loop over the menu prep type. So if there is menu prep type, if it's true, then we need to show this disclosure, right? We need to show this disclosure element just like that. Okay, right. Okay, right, just like that. Then I'm gonna create another div again. So I've just customized it. You can see here we're now looping over the strings, right? I'm just gonna call it prep. Then we're going to have another, you know, parameter index right here. Then we're gonna create a div, and inside is going to be an input of type checkbox, right? And a span. So this is flex, and a span of where we actually take the prep type. So this is what we are actually implementing. This is the div that we have implemented. So there we are looping over the preparation types, right? So there's an input of type checkbox, as well as this is what we call the span, then the prep type here. You see, that's exactly what it did. So this and this is actually inside this div, and it's flex, right? Right, so that's basically it. Okay, then we just give the name of our disclosure here to say preparation, right? That's exactly just a simple way how we did it, right? Then I've created another div, right? Another div. Now we have this section here of special instructions. So it's going to take a paragraph, text center, margin bottom 3, right? Then you're just going to write special instructions, and underneath it we need an input field, right, which is this box. It's going to be widthful, rounded, H16, rounded, background should be 50, border and border green 500, right? Then we're gonna say focus outline, focus visible ring 500, right? So we need to a way when we focus on it like that, then there's a ring of 500 like that, right? So that's basically what we're doing. Okay, so input type of text, right? Just like that. So we've done that. Then we're going to create another div as well. This div now is the one that has the form button here, the button of a type form button, right? I'm going to show you what I'm trying to say here. So in this div, let's have a button and a class of form button. You remember what we created in the global.css, right? So I told you like we're going to use this form button on multiple instances. So this is another instance where we're using this form button as well. So just like that. Then we're going to say add to cart and put a $sign, then the menu.price, right? Let's click save. Right, if everything goes well, we should have we should be able to see our all right. So our menu model, Nextjs complaining like it's not client component. So let me just come in the menu section here, and let's just make the whole menu section client component. Just say use client and click save. Let's see what's going to happen. Let me refresh. Okay, we're fully reloaded. All right, so you can see now we have the menu items here showing, right? Let's just try to click on it. There we see, right, everything is working according to how we like it, right? Okay, perfect. So one thing I've noticed, like this image is not coming to the full here. So instead of saying scale down here on the image on the menu model, instead of saying scale down, let's just try cover and see what happens, right? So object cover and click save, right? Let's refresh. Right, once we refresh, you can see the menu is actually, the image is actually coming towards the full width of this dialog component. All right, so that's it. Now that we have our menu section completed, the next part we need to build is now the footer, right? So our footer looks like this. On a larger screen, it looks like this. It's got an icon and all these routes here, like that, right? But if you go on a smaller screen, it should look like this. On a mobile screen, it should look like this. And you can see currently or on the home route, and the background of that icon is actually solid green. If you try to move to cart, you can see there's a solid green as well. So this is the effect that we need, right? So we're gonna have a footer model, mobile footer, right? That's the one that appears on smaller screens, and on large screens we're going to have a footer like this, right? So let's quickly go ahead and implement that. So in our common folder here, we're going to create two files. The first one, we're just simply going to call it footer.tsx, just like that, and let's initialize it, RAFCE, simple like that. Then we need to have another file as well. This one we're going to call it footer mobile.tsx, just like that, and let's go ahead and initialize it, just like that. All right, to start with, let's import the footer inside here, right? So we import the footer inside the page, so our home page, right? So let's import it like that. Cool. Right, so for the sake of time, I've seen this tutorial is actually going longer and longer, right? So for the sake of time, I'm just going to copy and paste the code from the completed project, right? And I'll explain it, right? So I just copied it here, right? It's simple and straightforward, this code that you have here. We just have divs, right? We've got a section where the first it's flex, right? It's hidden actually on small screen, but on a medium screen we turn it to flex, right? We're going to have justify around item center, border at the top, right? And the border should be of that color, slate 100, right? So we're gonna give padding top and bottom of 12, on left and right 12 as well, right? So we're gonna have three sections: the div, where we have an image logo. Then the second div is gonna be a flex with these links here, or routes, right? And the third section div, or actually gonna be having these other links, right? And I just created another section here where we just get to put the name of our restaurant as well as the year, right? So this particular year, I just created a const here and say new date.get full year, right? So we're going to have, from JavaScript, it's going to give us a year, right? And we're going to actually import the footer, right? So don't mind about these users for now. Let me just remove them. Okay, and let me remove the props for now, right? So I'm just going to change that route to shipping and that route to privacy, right? And let me actually make this component a client component, right? Because it's a client component, right? So once you're done like that, let's hit save. Okay, you see what you do here, right? I've written a comment. For smaller screen, we're going to show this footer, but on larger screens, we're going to show this section here, right? So this is the parent component that is the footer. It has also inside of it a mobile footer, right? So let's go ahead and make also the mobile footer. So for the sake of time as well, I'm just going to copy and paste the code from the completed project, right? And let me just quickly remove the unnecessary things we don't need here, right? Okay, then make that 0. All right. Okay, so what I can do, let me import the path name. Let me import the path name and also import the link from next link, and the use path name as well. We can import it from use path name from next. We can use import use path name from next navigation, right? Okay, so you can see there are squeaky lines here. TypeScript is actually telling us that thing does not exist here, so we just need to import those icons, right? Okay, so let's also import the other icons which are outstanding, like this one as well as that one, right? Okay, right, so everything is imported now. Let me hit save. So let me quickly explain this part here. So we also have made it a section. You can just make it a div, but for sake of semantics, let me just say section, right? So inside here, we're going to have a div, right? Inside a div, and it's going to be of flex, right? And gonna justify between. So we just need the effect here that we have of justifying between, right? Like that. So inside we're gonna have a link. So this is link number 1, this is link number 2, link number 3, and link number 4, right? So on link number 1 with the home route, so if the path name, now we're implementing our CSS, right? If the path name is equals to route, so if we are here equals to route, then we put the CSS properties. Padding should be 3 for this particular element link. Padding should be 3. Background should be 600, and it should be rounded full. It should be like a circle like that, and the text inside should be white. So we're changing that icons to be white. That's what we're doing. Simple as that, right? Then href will be leading us to the home route. Okay, then inside we've got an icon, right? We've got an icon inside here. Okay, then next link, it's actually the user favorites. It directs us to the user favorites, right? It's the same. The path name, if it's user/favorites, do the same what we did. Padding 3, background 600, rounded full, text white, right? It's the same that we have here on the cut icon, right? So on the cut icon, one thing that you just need to note, we made this link relative, right? Relative, such that we can have that number, that 0, we can put it as absolute, right? So it can be absolutely positioned, and we just put the cut count for now initialized to 0, right? So that's the only distinct we have done here. Okay, right? So just check it quickly, right? So if the path name is equals to cut, this link should be relative, or else it should be relative as well, right? And href is cut, right? The rest of the properties are the same as the other links. Then inside we've put a div. This div is the one that houses that span icon, right? Okay, it's the same when you go to this icon for user. It's just gonna lead us to user. If the path name is goes to user, do this. This is the href, and we've got a user inside. So it's simple and straightforward to follow. I didn't want to type it because of time, and I don't want this tutorial to be very long, right? Because it's just a design side of things that we're doing here, right? So once you're doing like that, let's just check if we have everything imported here, right? Okay, then let's go back to our project here, right? Let me just refresh. Right, you can see on a mobile our footer is actually fixed at the bottom, right? So I can scroll up, our footer is fixed at the bottom, just like that. See, okay, one thing to note, I've just made a mistake. You can see here these cards, menu cards, are not actually sitting properly here, right? So what we need to do on a smaller screen, let's just go back to menu, the menu section, and on that section what we need to do is this. We need to make it flex column, item center, and also on the medium screen just file center, as well as on this div that we have a grid of items, right? We're just going to make it margin top and bottom to be 8, right? Then let's just click save and see what happens. Right, you can see this is the effect that we need. So on smaller screen, these items are actually centered, nice and clean, right? All right, now that we're done with our footer and our first page, we've actually built a lot of sections here. We now have to implement our other route, which is the cut route, right? So we like to be able to go to the cut route, as can be seen on our completed project. We click on it, we go to the cut route. We have got the top section here, right, which has got our logo and says the back to menu cart, and this section here which says your items, where we can be able to see the items in the cart. And we also need this mid section here where we can be able to see the delivery and the cart summary, right, like that. And also lastly an input where a user can be able to put additional information as they wish, and finally a button to be able to click check out, right? So from henceforth, I would like to just simply copy the code from completed project and be able to explain it for the sake of time, because I don't want this tutorial to be very long, right? So that's what I'm going to do. So what you're going to do first is actually in this app directory, inside the app directory, we're going to create a route code, a folder called cut, right? And we're going to initialize our page and put some elements, some files there, right? So let's quickly do that, and I'll be able to show you soon, right? All right, so this is what I've just done on my project. I've created a folder which is a route actually that leads us to the cart, right? So if we click here, we should be taken to the cart page, right? So inside that cart page, I've created the page file, right? So for every page, for every route that you create, you need to have a page.tsx inside, right? So for the sake of time, I'm going to just populate code here and explain it, right? So wherever there's need for us to actually type code, I will do that. For the sake of time, I'll just explain the code, right? So inside this page, this is what I've just done, right? I will import a footer mobile, right? Remember the footer mobile that is inside our commons folder. I'll import it here, right? The other thing that I've just done, I've realized now, inside that footer folder, right, footer mobile, please go and initialize it and put it as user client, right? Because it will give you an error if it's not a client component, right? Okay, so imported that footer mobile, and we need what we call a cart summary and a cart top section, right? Then I've also put a metadata here so that it will show that cart right on top, like that, right? Okay, so let me just minimize here. So we're going to have a div flex column, and it is going to be with these CSS properties right here, and we're going to import the cart top section, and also we're going to import the cart summary. Then we have a footer mobile. So if your code is not aligned with mine, please go ahead on the repo and actually type in this code, or you can just copy and paste it here, right? So once you're done doing that, then you need to create the cart top section, right? So to create the cart top section, please kindly make another file called cart top section.tsx. Inside cart top section, this is what you need to have, right? You need to have a link, right? A link like that. So let's just go here, a link. So inside that link, there will be, you know, a button that you click. Just put a button like that, right? So it's gonna be flex, and so you don't need actually to put this button here. You just copy this CSS and put it on the link here, right? So I don't know what I just did for me to put a button inside the link and the image just like that. I don't know what I did. but just go ahead and choose to put this CSS inside here, right? Or you can just leave it like that, right? Then we're gonna have an image, so we need this effect here, right? We want to be able to hover on the link, right, and you have a green effect if you hover it like that, right? So this is the CSS, right? So that's the link that we have here, right? Then next we need to have this description here. It says cut, so this is the H1 here that says cut. Then we're going to have this button that views the full width, right? It's going to say what? It's going to be a link that takes us back to menu, which is actually our home route, right? So that's the div here, that's what it's doing, right? So this is the top section. Once you're done with the top section, you can type the code, or you can just go simply and copy it from the repo and actually populate it here, right? So this is the whole code, right? Okay, so once you're done with that, then you need the cut summary page component, right? So on the cut summary, this is what we have. Let me just maximize like that. On the cut summary, I just put some use states, hooks here, right? One for subtotal and one for set node, right? And I've just initialized these constants here, which is a service fee, delivery fee, and discount, and also fees, right? So on here we're going to have the div, which is border gray and padding 2, right? And inside we're going to actually import the cut list. Inside the cut list here, not inside the cut list, and we're going to have a div inside. So on these divs, you can see they are actually similarity in terms of CSS properties. We've got a padding left and right of 4, small, padding left and right 6, large, padding left and right 8, and margin top of 2, right? That's the same that we have here. So explaining the first div, the first div actually houses as the description of a delivery address, and we're going to have the location button here, right? We're going to implement that later on. That's the first div. So if you don't have this code, kindly go and copy it and put it here, or you can type it. The following div has got a cut summary description, and it says review your order details and then pay security stripe. So just match your code with my code here. The following div as well has now what we call the data list, right? So for the sake of semantics, we just make it like that, subtotal, then we've got the subtotal, which is fixed to the decimal place of 2, right? So I won't need to explain myself a lot here. It's clear and straightforward, as you can see, right? Just copy the code and match it with what we have right here. Just go to the repo and match it here, right? There's nothing complicated here to explain. Then lastly, but not least actually, on this div, we need an input field. So we're gonna make it a text area, and we're going to be capturing the user input in this set node, right? So we just use this as properties from Tailwind, right? Then on the bottom of that, we're going to have the total, right? The total that so this total actually is linked with the amount that the user is going to pay, right? So let's just take a look at the completed code. So it will be this total here, right? Okay. Then finally we need a button. When a user clicks on it, then they take it to the checkout, right? So this is basically the code that we have. For the sake of time, remember, I just have to explain it. I don't need to type it because this project will be very, very long, right? Once you're done with that, in your cut page, cut route, you should have 1, 2, 3 components, right? And make sure you import them nicely on the top, exactly like that. Once you're done with that, you hit save and just refresh your page, or else just click on the icon here and you'll be redirected to the card page. You can see on the card page, okay, there's something that I didn't explain this yet, which is the cut list, right? We need that sub component, the cut list, right? This one shows us the items in the cart, right? So let's just remove this use effect, we don't need it here. We're going to import in cart data from our data folder here. So I've created dummy data called cart -data.ts. This is the data that we need on our cart page. That data we are mapping it over here, right? Cart data. Then we make sure like there's an item quantity and all those other items that we need on our cart page. So once we're done with that, that's the same component we actually imported in our cart summary, right? If everything goes well and you refresh your page, you should be able to see a page that looks as mine, right? So here on the cart, you don't need the header, you don't need the footer, right? Perhaps you need the footer. Let me check. Yeah, you need the footer model, but you don't need the header. Because why? You don't want to distract a user when they come in. You just need them to buy, not to be distracted by signing in or signing out, right? Okay, we are done creating our cart page, right? So the next thing we need to do is actually now to create the user route, right? Okay, so if you go on our completed page, you can see I'm on my user route, right? On my user route here, and you can see like there's a back to home button, and there's this section here which shows my profile. You can be able to actually edit the profile, and the model shows up like this, right? You can edit the font or name, right? Then we also have a route which is favorites, and also a route which is orders, right? This is a model, right? We can change languages, it's a model, and this is a route as well, right? So you can see if I hover my mouse from here up to here, it's actually kind of like a button or a link, right? So anywhere where you click here, it will take you to that particular route, right? Okay, so let's see how it appears on a favorites route. So on the favorites, we have these small cards like these, which shows your favorites, and you've got an option to reorder again, right? So if I click on this icon, you can see I can be able to reorder again an item from this section, right? Same applies like what we have on our menu section, where when you click on a card, you can see a model appearing and be able to add an item to cart. That's what we have here. So we're not going to waste much time here because we've implemented some of these features already. So I'm just going to quickly copy code from the completed project, explain it, right? If we go on my orders, you can be able to see the order number and estimated time, right? And also if the order is not yet collected or delivered, you'll be able to see this nice icon here, which is actually floating or bouncing, right? And if you click with this order on my way, or if you click on this array, you'll be able to see this model that shows, you know, a map, order number, and these details here, right? Okay, so that's what you're going to implement. Then if you go to the help page, you'll be able to see, you know, a component which is centered like this, right? Or an item or a div which is centered on the top, on the center of the page. Users can be able to select an option where they need support with and make their description here, right? So basically this is what we're going to create now. It's under the user, so on the user route. So we're going to have 3 other routes, right? As well as to just make this particular component as well, yeah, right? So without wasting time, I'm going to be doing copying and pasting code, and explaining it, right? Because the application is big, I just realized that we need to deal with the back end as well, and there's a lot of work to do. So without wasting time on the design, I'll just copy and paste and explain it, right? So let's do that. So the layouts of Nextjs actually allows us to group layouts in terms of functionality or department. So what we're going to do here is that we're going to open parentheses and say user. So what I'm going to do now, just for the sake of grouping, you can check the Nextjs documentation, right? I'm going to create a folder inside the app directory, right? I'm going to create a folder inside there. Sorry, this is cut. So inside the app, create a folder. I'm going to open parentheses and say user, right? This is just for grouping, right? And press enter, right? Then inside the user, I'm going to create another folder. This time around, I don't put parentheses. I just treat like a user. So our route will be actually user, right? So you know, as a route, for it to be a route, it should have a page.tsx file, right? So let me go inside the folder, which is inside the folder with parentheses, so actually in user here, and create a file that we're going to call page.tsx, just like that, right? So it means we now have this route. If we go on our application that we're building, if we go on this route, we'll be able to access the user, right? So obviously we need actually to have contents inside, right? But what I would like to do, right, is that I would like to have another file actually called layout.tsx, right? And this layout, we're going to, you know, have a header, right, and a sidebar, such that if we navigate to these other routes which are under the user department, right, or the user section of our layout, we always see the header, the sidebar, the header, the sidebar, right? So that's what I'm going to do, right? So inside this user, I'm going to create, right, inside this user folder, right, I'm going to create something like this, right? So we need a section or a component that we call user details. So the user details will be this section here. It will be a component on its own. Then we have user data, right? So user data is this section here, right? Then another component called user prefs or user preferences, which we have this other data here, right? So the design is just the same like what we did on the card. We're going to have something like a card like this, which is actually centered on the center of the page, right? So if you see here, it's actually centered on the center of the page. It's got some nice, you know, shadows here, right? Something like that. So that's what basically we're going to be creating, right? So let me populate the code here quickly and explain it, right? Now that I've made these folders, right, one more thing that I just did for the sake of explanation, I have made another grouping which is for our dashboard, like I did on the user. What I did is to open parentheses, type in dashboard in that folder, then I'm going to create another folder again called dashboard, and inside we have page.tsx, right? Okay, as you can see, I already have the running code here, so I'm going to explain this, right? Remember, it's just the same as typing code. So instead of wasting your time watching me typing code one by one, I'll just explain it, right? So once you're done creating a folders like this in this structure, please go ahead and make these files inside your user folder, right? Make user prefs.tsx, user edit account model.tsx, user details, page layout, and language select model.tsx, right? Let's start with the page. So the page is actually the root where we are on the user. So if you navigate to the user on here, that's where you will be able to see this whole content. This is the page, right? So what do we have in the page? We have the layout, right? So first of all, let me guys just go on the layout. We have imported our header, the header that we've created, which resides in the components and the common folder, right? We actually imported that header because we need it here, right? And we've imported the sidebar, right? So you see my design, right? On the card, right, I didn't put a header and I didn't put a header in the sidebar, right? Because there's a reason There's a business logic why we do that, right? So for this layout in the user, then we're just gonna put children right inside. We're just gonna put children like that. So this is the layout that we get from Nextjs, right? Then after that, we have to go to the page, right? Page component, right? This is what validates our route, which is the user route, right? So basically what you just need to do there, we just say export default async. You don't need to put async if you're not fetching any data, right? But for me, I just put async because later on when you're doing the back end, this is very compulsory, right? So just go ahead and quickly populate your data just like mine, right? You need to type it. I will encourage you to type it if you're a beginner, right? Because you need to see how things are working, breaking things and fixing on your own, right? If you get stuck, just come to the repo and copy the completed code, right? So the parent of this component, we have a div. The div is for type flex column, item center, justify center, right? What we just need to, why the reason why we're doing that is because we would like this box here, right, to just be central on our page, right? So if we maximize our page, you can see like this particular box is actually on the center and it's actually a column, right? So the column is flex column. So there's going to be div 1, 2, 3 and perhaps 4. So the layout is a flex, right? So that's what we did here, right? So we just do padding top and bottom 8, left and right 6, then margin bottom of 24. It will make your div centered at the center of a page, right? Then inside we have another div as well, right? So this div is the one that actually houses that button that says back to home, right? It's of a type of a link because we need to click on that button and be able to actually go back to the home route, right? So this is the styling for the button. Inline flex, the reason we say inline flex because we've got 3 different elements there. We've got an icon with the text and we have another icon as well. So if you do inline flex, right, the items will flex in inline and the items are centered, justify center, and this is simple, straightforward. The background will be 600, just make it green, the text large, and all these other CSS properties, right? After this particular div, then the next section now is the div where we actually get the other details, like for example this title layer that says my profile, and we're going to have 3 more components, right? So that's the second div, right? So if we take a look at it, we have a first div here and another div, parent div, that houses various components, right? So let's look at the various components. First of all, let's start looking at the user details, which is the one that we created here. On the user details, what do we need? We need an image, right? With the user image, we need the name of that person, we need their email address, and we need a button such that when they click on it, this model shows up, right? So let's take a look at the code, right? We do have an image, so it will be div flex column. We just center items and justify things on the center, right? We just want things to be at the center and in a column format. So we have the image first, right? And the second div is actually houses our h1 with these CSS properties, right? Make it say semi-bold, leading tight, tracking tight, and all other properties like that. Then you do have the p tag, which is the email address. Then inside now, that's where you have the user edit account model, right? So this is the model, right? Let's quickly take a look at the model, right, that we imported here, right? So there is the model. Let me just maximize here so that you can see there is the model, right? So on the model, remember we created a reusable component which is called model. There it is on the model, right? So wherever we get to use this model, we should always have a button trigger first, right? So this first part, it's a button trigger, right? You can style it anyhow that you want, right? Then you should always put a click function, right, to open the model, right? So you can see on top here we have our use states of opening and closing the model, right? We set it to is open. So everywhere where we're importing a model and using a model, we always need that, and a function to close the model and a function to open the model, right? So that's what we have. So you should always have these two: the model, which is a reusable component, and also a trigger on top to either open or close it, right? Okay, so inside this model we now have a form, right? A form which is class name flex column, then spaced around nicely, right? Then we obviously have a div with the basic information, another div where we actually now get to use the input and label elements, right? So the other thing that I've just done here, I've created these class names, and I've adjusted our global.css, right? Because we'll be using this class name on various pages, various components, right? So the best way is just to create layered components in your global CSS, right? So in our global CSS, we've created the form input and also the form label, right? So we've created that, and we're going to be using them wherever we need them, right? So wherever we need them, we're going to be using theirs, right? So inside this user edit model, we do have an option for a user to actually add their phone number or else add a name of their choice, and we have a type of a button of a type of submit, and when they click on it, it's actually add profile. One thing to note here as well, you see every time that I need to have more items or more elements inside another parent element, especially when it's an icon, I always put inline flex item center. This is just uniform. This is just what we're just repeating over and over, so there's no need to retype it, right? I'm sure you understand how the code is actually working here, right? So once we're done creating this particular model component, we go ahead and actually import it in our user details. There it is, it's imported there. And if we have to try it, it's here. When you click this button, then this particular model shows up, right? So next in line in our page folder, we need now user data, right? So this is user data, this section here which says content, right? That is user data. So let's go ahead and click in user data and see the code that's inside. On user data, these are the packages I've imported, the icons I imported from that package, React icons, right? We don't need this. There's no need for us to put it there. We need the link element from Nextjs, right? Then what we have got a div flex column spaced nicely, right? Then inside that div we have got other divs as well. The first section on this one on top is the one just to tell us like what are you finding here. So in this case you're finding the content with those styles. Then the next item is actually a link, right? It's a link that directs us. So if you click on it, on this particular link, it will direct you to this route, user favorites, right? So let's see how it is on our application so that I can be able to explain it better, right? Let me just hide this for now, right? So you have the content, which is actually this div here, this div. That's the one that shows us content here, the title, right? Under content we have links, link number 1, link number 2. So we have this link number 1 and link number 2. So let's take a look at link number 1. This is actually a link. It spans from left to right, so you can see it's got a case of a type pointer there, right? So wherever I click, I can just be directed to the route that I specified in that link. So on that link, this is the link, the href directs us to user/favorites, and it's of a class flex item center because we need everything to be inline on a straight line. So that's why we're using in flex here. Item center, justify between, and you give it a padding of 2, text gray. You can see here, right? So what are we flexing? We're flexing, there's a div inside as well, which is actually housing our icon, the favorites icon. Then we have a text, a header, h3 header, which has got the name of that link, right? So this div is just to group these things together, these two together, right? Then we have another icon, which is this arrow here, right? Just to indicate to the user that you can actually click here and be directed somewhere, right? Please pay attention to this link. It's flex items center, just by center. Same applies with this div. So this link is the parent of div as well as the icon, right? So these principles, this kind of styling that we did here is exactly the same that we have again on the next link. It's exactly the same. The only difference is the route, right? Okay, so once you're done creating your user data component like that, kindly go and import it in your page, right? In your page here, this is user data, right? Then we have now this section here, which is what we called preferences here, but our component is actually called user prefs, right? Just user preference for short. Let's take a look at the component. On the user prefs, it's the same. We do have a flex column, right? So that it can be a column, right? Like that, flex column. We give it a div, and the title is preferences with that styling, right? With that styling, and we have a div again, right? This particular div, right? So this time around, it's not a link, it's actually a div because we need to import another sub component inside, which is just basically a model, right? So let's quickly take a look at this model. It's called the language select model, right? Let me expand on the language select model. If it's a model, like I told you, we should always import the reusable component here, and inside the children we can add any content anyhow, the way we see fit, right? So for the purpose of design on this particular component, you now know what is this, right? All these functions, you now know what they are for, right? We can even remove brackets here, right? We can even remove brackets because it's just a one-liner, and just put it in one line like that to just make it clean and concise, right? Okay, let's make save here. So we just mapping over an array of strings, right? So we call that array languages, and when we come inside here, we're just mapping over those languages, right? Okay, right. And our model, obviously we need a trigger button. We style it anyhow the way we like it, right? Okay, so that's the model. Kindly populate your code and make it exactly the same as mine. Once you're done with that, then you can actually import in the user data. Is it user data? No, it's not user data, it's user preferences. Then you can import it in the user preferences, right? So it's basically a model. So when you click here, then the model shows, right? Right. So you can see these are columns actually, right? It's a columns. So here we've used grid for layout here. We've used grid, and the columns we made them 2 of a gap of 8, right? So all these buttons here will be in a grid layout, right? So that's what we did here. Okay, I'm sure you are all familiar with Tailwind CSS. It's easy to use, right? The only way you can get better with Tailwind CSS is actually to use it, right? It's simple and straightforward. Okay, once you're done with that, then the next section we need to make on our user preferences, it's actually a link, right? It's actually this link here. So this link here will direct us to the user/help route. Okay, so this is the code, this is the styling, it's flex item center, just as what we did previously, perhaps on the user data here, right? That's exactly what we have here, right? So just make sure your code is exactly the same as mine, right? So like I said, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to waste time, trying to type and you seeing what I'm typing. Is actually the same as me explaining as well, for the sake of time, right? So we are done. If you're done, just refresh, save and refresh, and you should have a page like mine and with all the functionalities according to the design, right? So these routes are not yet working. If we go to the favorites route, it's not yet working. So that's the next part actually we need to redesign, right? Okay, so inside the user folder here, what we need to do is actually now to create another folder, right, inside this user without the parentheses. That user without the parentheses, inside there you need to create another route by the way of creating a folder, and you're gonna call it favorites, right? And as well inside this user as well, we need to create another route again. We're going to call it orders, right? And lastly, we need another route that we're going to call help, right? Okay, so you can see the user favorites here saying 404, the page could not be found. The reason is that we didn't initialize with page.tsx. So let's go ahead and initialize all these routes, right? And I'll populate the code. Once I'm done, I'll come back again and explain it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I've done making the favorites page, right? You can see our layout is still being persisted on the sub routes of the user, right? So we still have the header, we still have the sidebar showing like that, right? We don't necessarily need the footer here because it's unnecessary on the user let's say dashboard, right? Okay, so let's look at the code, right? Let's start with the favorites page that we have here. So I've made the favorites page. Obviously, if you make a folder, go ahead and initialize and type page.tsx. So page.tsx, then just write export a function there. You can call it maybe favorites or favorite page, whatever you want to call it, right? Okay, so me, I just call it favorites, right? So I just say export default async function favorites, right? Like I said previously, you don't need to put the async here. You can remove it, but please leave it like that, because when we are fetching data from the back end, or we are fetching maybe a user who's currently logged in, we'll need that async functionality, right? So let's leave it like that, right? So you can see on the page here what we are doing, we're just returning the favorite section. That's what I called it, right? That's what we're returning. So let's take a look at the favorite section. What do we have? Right, on the favorite section, what we have, let me maximize so that I can explain nicely. It's a client component. We're importing our icons, we're importing a link, we need it, then we're going to import the menu data, right? So the favorites actually is just exactly the same as our menu data, right? So even the model that we've created here is just exactly what we did on the home page when we're creating the menu. That's exactly, it's just a copy and paste, exactly the same the way we did it, right? Okay, the reason why I didn't make a reusable component, I think my principle is that when I copy code twice, I don't need to make a reusable component. But for the third time, if I'm going to use that component for the third time, which is exactly the same, then I'll need to refactor code and use it and make a reusable component, right? Okay, so what did we do? Yeah, so when we were making the home page on the menu section, I was actually typing the code. You saw how I did it, right? So that's exactly the same that I did here. But one addition to the components, reusable components, that I've done right now is actually to make in the commons folder under components a container, right? Because I don't want every time to put mx auto padding, px6 px8, so that I can have some padding here, right? Some padding left and right, or some margins left and right. So I just simply made a container, and it's going to take children, right? So this is what we did on the favorite section. The parent is a container, the parent tag is a container that I've just made inside here. So that container takes children. So inside we now have these details here, right? So we have a div to start with, right? We have a div, that's the top section. So the div that we have here, it's actually houses this, right? It houses an h2, this is our h2, and also houses this button, which is actually a link, right? So this is the css for the h2 tag, right? Text large, just make it like this. You can add any styling that you so wish, right? So that's the reason why I'm not even typing as well, because I know you might have different styles, right? So I will actually type when we are doing data fetching, using our Urql Apollo server, so that we can break things and see how things are working on the flyby. But for the sake of this design, you can make your own design, right? Okay, so h2 tag, we have a link, and also it's inline tag, inline flex, because we are putting an element inside there. So we're putting two elements inside, an icon in there, some text, which is a span, right? So background green, padding left and bottom for just that those tailwind CSS properties, right? So you should have a button. When you hover it, it's got a border and the text is green, but when you remove the mouse, the text is white, and it's got that nice icon that points back, right? Okay, that's what we have there. Then next we have this section, right? This section, and as usual for the layout, it's a grid columns 1 on a smaller screen, right? Then on a XS screen, on a smaller screen, columns should be 2, columns should be 2 on MD. Medium screen, on a large screen, columns should be 4, and the gap of 8. So what are we doing? Remember I said exactly the data, the menu data, that's exactly what we're looping there, right? So when you're fetching data from the database, we're just going to call this data favorites data, right, instead of menu. But for the sake of demonstration, I just use the data that we do have here, which is menu data. It's exactly the same, but now I call it favorite, and on each item we should have a model, right? A favorite model, right? So let's take a look what I'm trying to talk about. So basically, right, on the favorites model, when I'm going to show you the favorites model, it's actually the toggler, right? Or the button to trigger the model is actually an icon. It's a cut icon like that, right, with an arrow pointing down. So you can see here, if I hover on it, the background is green, right? It's got a light green background, right? And when I click on it, then it triggers to open the model, right? So let's take a look at this favorite model, right? How it is styled, right? So let's go to favorite model, right? In the favorite model, the trigger is a favorite card. Let's quickly take a look at the favorite card. Favorite card. So this card is actually this whole thing here, this smaller card here. That's what you're saying, favorite card, right? Okay. So what do we have here? On the favorite card, we do have an image. So it's a flex actually. The parent tag, it's a class name flex, item center, just fire around, right? Just fire around makes things to be, proportionally spaced out, right? So this section, this div, and this div. So that's what just fire around does, right? Okay, so the first element here, we do have a div where it houses actually our image. So that div, we need to make it of a proportional size, same width, same height, right? So that we should have this kind of like an effect like that, right? So that we can make it rounded full, so that it can be a circle, right? Okay, right. So we have that first div, we have our image. Then the second div is actually where we have the details, right? The details of that particular favorite, right? With this title, category, and the price, right? Okay. All right. Okay. So that's this second div here. So it's a flex column. So that div in the center, it's a flex column. It's got a title, category, and the price. So title, category, price, just like that, right? So category and price. Okay, right. Then lastly, we do have a button, right? A button, rounded full, and inside we have that cut arrow down icon, right? So this is now where we have put the on click function here, right? That's where we put the on click function, so that we can be able to click on it, and we have the model shown, right? So something we can do just for experimenting, we can actually remove this on click function here, and perhaps put it here on this div here, right? And perhaps put it on this div. So let's quickly save, right, and see what happens. So I'm gonna quickly refresh here. Once it's refreshed like that, I haven't put the cursor class name to be pointer here, but let's just click on it here, like for example like that, right? So if we click on any element like that, you can see I can click on the image, we still have a model, right? So you can either choose how you want it, right? But for me, I'm just gonna let it back the way it was, right? The way it was, or just put it on that icon, right? Okay, so we're done with that on the favorite card. Then this favorite card, we need to import it now in our model here, right? So on our model, this will be the trigger, right? This is the trigger to open the model, right? So we import again the model that comes from reusable components, and inside the model, so this is exactly the same what we have on the menu model, right? So if you go on our components, home, then the menu model, right? If you take a look at this code here, right, which is got a favorite button inside menu, when we are mapping over menu prep type, and we've got a disclosure, that's exactly the same that we have here. That's exactly the same code that we do have here. It's only instead of saying menu, said favorite, right? That's exactly the same code that we have here, right? Okay, so make sure that your code really matches this here. What I always encourage you as well, please kindly type. If you're a beginner, actually you just need to type this code, try to understand why we put a minus top here, right? And if you're using tailoring IntelliSense like me, you can actually be able to see the actual CSS properties, right? For example, if I come on rounded till it's actually showing you what are the actual CSS properties, right? So type things around, see how they work, you know, make your own design actually, even, right? So right, so I'm done with that. Then we have a favorites page, right? So next, let's actually create the orders page, right? So on the orders page, I'm gonna write code for it. Once I'm done, I'll come back again and explain. All right, I'm done with the code that is actually for the user orders page, right? Okay, so it's time for explanation. You can see on our cards here, right, we've got these small cards with the nice borders, which rounded smooth round corners, right? And we have an order which is delivered, right? It will show us a calendar and delivered date, right? Then the one that is actually on the way, right, you can see there's a nice icon actually showing a delivery vehicle coming to us and says order on the way. Actually, this one is delivered, but this one is order is on the way. It tells us an estimated time of delivery, right? Let's click on the order delivery and see what happens, right? So you see my cursor is like a pointer, right, just from left to right of the card. So on the top section here, right, all this section is actually a button to actually show a model, right? So if I click on it, it shows the model and it shows the items for this order, the price, and all other relevant information, right? This is for the order which has been delivered, right? But for the order which is on the way, we do have a as well a link like that, right? If we click on it, we show we have these details, right? So we are able to see where the order is coming from and the route which is being taken, right, to arrive to us, right? And we're using MapBox API here, right, to show this map as well as to be able to draw this line, right? So let me talk a little bit about MapBox API, right? So for you to start with MapBox API, first of all, to start with this map, you need actually to install these packages, right? So you need to install these packages. Let me show you here. You need to React MapBox GL. That's the one we are using to quickly create that map component that you see there. And we need MapBox GL and the types, right, for TypeScript, right? So what I'm trying to say, over to this link that I've provided in the description of this tutorial, right? We're going to be using MapBox. So over to React MapBox GL and actually add these packages here, right? And we'll be using MapBox, right? So MapBox nowadays, it requires you can start for free. You can actually start for free, but it requires you to add your credit card, right? They won't actually take funds as long as you stay within the range of let me show you what I have on my side here, right? Just going to quickly show you my account, what I do have, right? So on my account, you can see here, I actually have free 100,000 requests for geocoding, and for the map that we are showing here, this map, I actually have 50,000 free of them. So for the sake of testing, this is a great start. You can start as a free, right, for that account. So go ahead and sign up for MapBox. If you have a credit card, actually click insert your details there. And for some reason, if you're about to reach this this freemium here, just quickly go ahead and just remove your credit card, right? Yeah, okay, so that's it, right? So you need React MapBox, and you need there to also add it's the MapBox core package here, right? So once you add that into your project, once you install those packages, what you need to do, there's a component that I actually created now, right? So inside the commons folder, I've actually created an appmap.tsx, right? So this component actually, what's doing here, let me just minimize this so that you can be able to see clearly, and let me just toggle this sidebar, right? So this data that I copied here is just the same that you just get from the documentation, right? You just get it from the documentation. If you go on React MapBox here, you see you just import map from React MapBox, right? Then you return a function which is called app. My app, I called it map, right? And you need a MapBox access token. So as soon as you create an account, there is tokens which are shown here. They're actually done here, right, inside your dashboard, or you can actually just simply create tokens here, right? So you need that token. It's very important to have it, right? So for me, what I just did on this application, I did put them in my environment of variable. So I just say next underscore public underscore mapbox underscore token, and the token looks something like this, right? So go ahead and do that. Once you have it, then you just come to your code here, right? Obviously we are using TypeScript, so we just need type properties, right? We need the width and the height. Our map is going to take the width and the height because our map is going to be different in terms of width and height depending on which component we are on, right? So for example, where we are right now, we just need a smaller map box. We just need a smaller map, right? But maybe let's say we are on a bigger page, we will need a much larger visible map. So that's why we are actually taking those props like that on the map component, right? Okay, so if you read the documentation, you can import something like a layer, line layer. Like for example, right now we're using a line which is in blue actually, right? That is to show the route which is being taken by the delivery person from the restaurant to deliver it to the person who is ordered, right? And what I would like you to do, I would like you to as well make your code look the same as mine, right? And it's going to be so if you're wondering where did I get all this information here, I just got it from the React MapBox documentation, right? Then as well as on MapBox itself, right? That's where I got that, right? So on the documentation, if you want to add a longitude, or even if you want to add, if you look at the API reference here, if you want to add a layer, you just click on the layer, you can see, right? And the layer, you can either choose land use park, or you can choose other properties or other, you know, layer types. If you want to put a marker on your map, you can just really look on the documentation, right? So me, I've done that already. It depends with what you want to actually implement on your map, right? But for us, what we just need we need a line string, right? And I have these coordinates here that I've simply hard coded, right? So when we are actually having a delivery person coming to deliver to us, these geo coordinates will be actually getting them from the user location, right? But for now, we're just hard coding them here, right? So what I did to get these coordinates is just to simply open up a map, for example, like this one. This is Sydney, right? Then I just choose maybe point A from World Square all the way maybe to go to Oxford Art Factory. Then I just choose a route, right, that I can follow from here. So obviously from here you can choose a route. Maybe the person starts from here, goes here to this point, passes through this point, goes through this point all the way to here. So what you just do is to right click on a point, copy this, you come on your code, you paste it. So that's the starting point. Then you come here again, that's the next point. You come here, you copy, right? You just drawing the route. Then you come here, you copy the geo coordinates. You come here, you copy, right? You come here as well, you copy these geo coordinates, right? Once you're done copying and actually mapping your route on the map, then you just come on your code and arrange it like that, right? So which one is the longitude, right? So the longitude is the positive number. If you are down here in the southern hemisphere, right? I think it's different when you are in the northern hemisphere, right? But in the southern hemisphere where I am, start with yeah, you just insert the longitude and the latitude like that, right? So you can see here actually it's so the initial view, right? The initial view, this is where do we want to see this viewport here, right? This viewport here, we need to initialize it. That's exactly what I just did here, right? If you read the MapBox API documentation, you will get to understand all this, right? So we need a central point, right? Where when our maps load, what's the central point that the map is going to focus on? So for me, I have chosen these geocoordinates here, right? This longitude and latitude, right? And the zoom level, I've set it to 40. You can set it in how that you like, right? Then I need my token, right? My token that I get from the MapBox account, right? I just come and put it in my environmental variables. Then I come and use it here. You need to make it next public, otherwise if you say MapBox token, it won't work. It's actually a public token, public key, right? Then I need a type GeoJSON, because I'll need to write a line. I need to draw a line on my map, right, to show the route being taken by the delivery person, right? Okay, then the route layer, the line layer, will be of a type, you know, line, right? And I'll just make it like that. So all these, I got them from, you know, the documentation, right, on the React MapBox GL, right? So, and as well as this code as well, right? Exactly, I just got it from the React MapBox. You can see there's a marker. If you want to put a marker, right, if you want to put a layer, you can use all these API references here. If you want to put a pop-up, if you want to scale up, if you want to serve, you know, use map, all these, right? Geolocate, right? So this one we're going to use it when we are checking the user location as it changes. We're going to be using that, right? So, right, that's how you create a map, right? So once you create a map, what we will need now is actually to have that map inside our orders, right? I've created the orders page, the orders route, then we initialize it with a page, right? Inside, we're now using the container, right? We're now using the container I've shown you in the previous section, right? When we're doing the favorites, how to use this container, how I created in the its use, right? Then inside we need use orders, right? I've imported them. We don't actually need this React, it's fine. Okay, just remove it and I'll just click save, right? Make your component async, because we'll be fetching data from the database later on, right? Right, so we need user orders. Where are the user orders? Here are the user orders, right? So on the user orders, remember the way we created the cards, right? It's gonna be a container as well, right? It's gonna be a container. So let me just make it side by side so that we can be able to see what I'm talking about. So we are here. This section, I'm sure you're familiar with it. You're not familiar with this section. I don't need to explain it much, right? And also the grid layout, right? I don't need to explain it, right? Then we are going to have order data, right? So I've just created some random dummy data, right, that we're using here. So inside the data folder, folder, yeah, there's some dummy data that I've populated there. So make sure you copy it and also populate it in your project, right? Once you have it, then you can be able to now map over it, right? I'm not so sure what's the correct term, map or loop over it, right? So it's actually on our user data, right? Yeah. No, apologies, it's user orders, right? Under the user orders, right? So we need to map over the orders, right? Order data it's going to be of a type order, right? So there's something that I'm doing here. Our order is going to an order status. It can either be delivered or preparing or collected, right? So I'm using some ternary operator here to say if order status is delivered, right, show the delivered model. Otherwise, show user on delivery model, right? So it's user order on delivery actually, right? Then it's going to take a property of an order, this component, and this component as well is going to take a property of an order. So this is basically the models that I've shown you there, right? So let's quickly look at that. So the order delivered model, right, is the one that shows the completed delivery, right? So it just gives us a summary of what items have been delivered. As usual, it's a model. A model needs a trigger, which is the button. It's got an on-click function, right? On-click function. For now, here we just called it on-click, right? Actually, we should call it on open model, right? We should call it open model here, so that it makes more sense. Open model, right? So this is this function here. Let's hit save. It's open model, right? So that button is going to trigger it. Then it's going to show this whole information here, right? The information is simple and straightforward. It's just an image which is actually, you know, inside a flex div, right? And it's going to show the title, all the details of the order actually, right? So this is the order delivered, right? I click and it triggers a model. It's going to show all the details of the order, right? So just experiment, make your own design, right? Or you can just simply copy my code and see, you know, how it fits on your own project, right? So there's nothing much to explain here. I'm sure you now know what is a flex and how we center items, right? Just by between, right? So I'm keep on emphasizing, for the sake of this project, I wouldn't want to type at the same time and saying something to you. It will be a very long tutorial, right? We don't want that. Let's try to avoid that. This code can be copied from Stack Overflow or from ChatGPT actually, right? So let's not waste time on that. Let's be more productive. Okay, so that's the model that shows item which has been delivered. The item which is on delivery, so this is coming to us, that's the one that shows the map, right? So we trigger it as well with the button here, right? Here we said on click, we should say open model actually. So it's open model, right? Open model. Just like that. Let's save. So it says order on the way, right? Order on the way, right? Just like that. Simple and easy, right? Simple and easy. Then we have our model again, right? Then our order model now takes a title. We need an order number here, right? An order number. So that's how we just write it. Then if the order status is not delivered, right, then we need to show the map, right? The map now here, it takes a width and it takes a height, right? It takes a width and it takes a height. So we show that map to show how the order is going to be delivered to us, right? And the rest of the other details, they're simple and straightforward to follow, right? So order status, when it's preparing, then you need to show a user order preparing, right? Otherwise show user order collected. So what does this mean, right? I've created those sub components here, right? So order, user order collected, right? It shows the order which are actually coming to us, right? Then order delivered, order preparing, it shows actually the order which is actually being prepared. Let me quickly show you what I'm trying to say. Let's check this order which is on the way, right? So this is order being prepared, then this is order being delivered by a person, right? So that's basically what I'm trying to tell you. But the drive actually, right? So this is order being delivered by the driver, right? So when we come here, this is order being prepared, then we have order collected, and it's coming to be delivered here, right? To be delivered to us, right? So that's what we have on user on delivery model here, right? Exactly, simple and straightforward, right? So once we have all those components, we actually import them in the user orders, right? We import them on the user orders like that, like here. Then lastly, here down, we show now that section. We show this section here. We show this section where we've got an order, the order number, we show it here. Then with the estimated time, we show it here. So this is the last div that we have here. This is the bottom div that we have, right? This div here, it's flex item center. Then it has, you know, the order number as well as showing the time, right? Please take note, like whenever an order status is equal to delivered, you need to show the delivery date. Otherwise, show at what time this order is going to be delivered to us, right? So that's basically the code for our orders page, right? Cool. So since now we are on the MapBox, we have actually have the MapBox API that we're using here. It's also high time that we should, you know, style this location button, right? So once we are done with the help page, we're going to style that. So once you're done with the help page, we're going to start with that location button, right? Okay. All right. So here is our completed help page. So under user/help, here is our completed page, right? So you can see, as usual, we have this box with a shadow that is centered and on the center of the page, right? And we've got a form. Users can be able to select the type of help they need, right? Either payment or customer service or other account related, and describe the issue and submit a query. So that's basically it, right? So we have a heading here that says get title, right? So let's look at this code and let me explain it, right? Okay, so we've initialized our page. So on that page, right, .tsx, we have a request help form. That's the form I was showing you now. If you have noticed on all the pages, right, I always have this div which has got a flex, class name of flex column, item center, just by center, space y, and margin, top and bottom of 24, right? Yeah, this is what's helping us to, you know, just center that box in the center of a page. And inside we do have a div which has got a title, and lastly we do have another div or multiple divs where we can be able to show the other content, right? So in this case, this is where you have the div which is with full rounded large padding all around of 6, right? And it's got a shadow, right? So inside it, that's where we have the request help form, right? So this is what's allowing us to have that particular layout that we are looking for, right, on all our multiple pages. Like you can see here, this particular layout where we have a div with a shadow outside, and it's centered on the center of the page, right? So that's exactly the same that we're going to that we have actually even on the user profile. If I click view my account, so this is the same layout that we have, right? So it's the same kind of code that we have, wrapper code, right? Wrapper div, sorry, that we do have. Same applies on the cart. That's exactly what we have as well, right? So these are the links, right? Make sure like your links are actually directing you. If you want to click to go to the help, orders, and favorites, make sure they're actually right, directing you there, right? So I've clicked on the help link, it takes me to the help page, right? So let's continue. Let's look at our request help form. Our request help form is a client component because we are using these use state here. They are required when to be in a use client, any client component, right? We've imported our icon that we need, right? And also we have this array of strings here, right? We just hard coded them here, just describing the help type, right? So we're going to make a state help type, set help type, right? And description, set description, right? Then we've got a form. This form is going to be class name flex column. We space it out top and bottom. We give it a space of 8, right? Cool. Then we're going to give it a label. Remember, we have made these class names and we've put them in our global CSS, right? So remember, I told you like we're going to using this class name on multiple pages, so it's actually good to always have them in your global CSS. So check out your global.css. you see these layered components that I've added there in the Tailwind CSS for Tailwind CSS, right? Cool. So we have a label, then we've got a select type. It's a form, it's a class name form input, right? So when there's an on change, we're gonna set the help just like that. Then we're going to loop on the options now. The options that we are selecting, we're just gonna map over that, right? So we are mapping over this array here, right? Okay, so next we have another div now. So this is the first div, just where we are actually mapping over the help type. The other one is for a user to actually input something there, right? Instead of saying input, for now we're going to say text area. I want to make it a little bit bigger, right? So we want to make it a little bit bigger like that, right? Cool, right? So we have that. Then we're going to have a button of type submit, and it's got inline flex because we want to put an icon inside that button, right? Then we're going to have our the name of the button here, say submit query, right? So this is basically the home page, the help page, sorry. This is basically the help page, right? Make sure the CSS aligns with mine here, right? And once you are done, then we move to the next stage, right? Cool. So far we've made tremendous progress. If we can check our code, we've finished the home page and we have the menu cards working nicely, as well as the models. We have this section for categories working fine. The way the order the on promo section is also fine. What we just need to clear up and clean up here is actually now to have this section here that says more information. So it's a form of a button that triggers a model. Let's check it out how it is on the completed project. On the completed project, if we click where it says more information, we're able to get actually this model. Then the model shows the address, opening times, as well as the rating. So we just need to clean up our project we're working on to have that, and also to have a pattern. We're not going to put the functionality of a model right now, but I'm just going to style this button so that it looks nice like that. And that's the same button that we're using on the header, as well as on the cart page. It's also the same button that we're using here, right? So let's quickly do that before we go and style our dashboard, right? So let's quickly fix that. This button as well as the location button. Right, we do have the location button in this manner, right? You see the button is of a certain width. It's got an icon that points like that, chevron that points like that, as well as a map pin icon and a separator, which is just a simple dot, right? Okay, so how did I come up with this? How did I design it? Inside the common folder, in our components common folder, I've created a component called location btn, right? The location btn, right? So the location btn, this is the code that we have. I've imported all the icons that I need. Then I'm just returning a button. It's flex, so that we have these things inline flexing on the inline, right? All these sub elements. First of all, it's a pin, that is the map pin, drop pin, that I showed you now. Then we have a separator. So this separator is just a span of same width, same height, right? And it's rounded full. Then it doesn't have anything content inside, right? It doesn't have anything inside. So that's a span. Then we have another span, which is basically, you know, they had the address of the user selected address. Then lastly, we have an icon, actually, right, which is a chevron, FA chevron light, right? Okay, I make it shrink 0 so that, you know, when we resize our screen, it does not shrink, it stays the same size, right? So this is the button with flexing, item center, right, and all other those properties like that, right? So once I'm done creating like that, say just export it, then come now in your header. In your header, where the text was, there was text here which says location, just replace that. So let's see if it's gonna go right. So we have we had a text there that says location, just replace that and put location ptn and import that component inside here, right? So that's the same that you need when you go to our cart. So if you could go to cart, I think it's the cart summary, where we need to replace this this div with the location btn, right? So just inside this div, I'm just gonna import that location btn component here, right? So location btn component, then auto import allows me to do just like that. Then we click save, right? So once you're done with that, we should be able to navigate to the cart page, and we should be able to see the btn populated there, right? So while our page is loading, let's carry on now and look at this section here, right, where you click and there it shows a model with open tabs and the address and the rating, right? So how did I do it? Right, in the home folder, inside the components home folder, right, create a component called restaurant details model.tsx, right? So as usual, the way we are actually implementing our models, right, we should have a trigger first of all, right, which is a button, right? It's a button or a card or any element that can be able to receive an on-click function, right? So for now, we just need a button, and we underline it, text large, text green, 700, cursor pointer for font semi-bold, right? So that button, when we click it, we need these functions that we have been, you know, using ever since, right? So we have these functions, and look what I've just did here, right? I've just hard coded these opening times, the day times, right? The time is just a time range, so it's a day, Monday, then the time is like from 9 all the way to 1700 hours, right? So inside now the model, which is a reusable component, remember, there we just populate the data that we need, right? One thing to note, I have a div, so we don't need this div. I don't know why I put it here, right? We don't need that div unless if it's just a separator. So we have a div just to tell us the name, the title of the restaurant. Then we have another div which has got flex item center. It shows us a pin and a span, right? Okay, I think I've put this div just for the sake of things to be aligned, right? So let me take a look at the completed project. So let's not at the completed project, let's just go here, more information, right? You see things are aligned like that, right? Okay, so we have an icon, then the text, icon, text, icon, text, right? So this is what we're trying to achieve here. So we have a div flex so that things are aligned, so with the icon, the text, right? Okay, and on the opening times, we will have the icon and the text, right? But everything is inside a disclosure, right? Remember where we got this disclosure, right? If you go to headless UI, we've done it before. We've done this before when we're creating our menu component, right? Menu model component. menu model component. I've showed you there where we're using a disclosure. There we go. They have this disclosure. So if you go to headless UI, you have a disclosure. You just copy the code from there on the headless UI website. If you come here, then you just tweak it according to your liking, right? So we want this disclosure, right? It shows us an icon and the title. So it shows us icon and the title. Then it also shows us a chevron here, like that, right? So we just need a flex. We need this div to be a div which is flexed like that, right? So let's see how we did it here. We have that div first, right? We have this button which is called a closure button. We have made it a flex with a full item center justify between. So justify between is going to justify this first btn and the chevron, right? So they're going to be spaced between, which means there's going to be a space in between this div and this icon. So there is a space here, right? This div, this is the first div, and this is the icon, right? So that's how basically we did it, right? Then we just go ahead to populate the other data that we need. So inside the disclosure panel, we need to map over our opening times, which is an array. So our array, we need it to have a div of class name flex, item center justify between. We need to have an open day and open times, right? So if we come here and open our disclosure, we have the day and the open times, just like that, right? Then lastly, you have this div where you have just the star and the rating. That's what we did here. We now have a div flex item center with an icon which is a star and the text which is 4.5 rating, right? So that's it, and it should be working on our current project, right? It should be working on our current project. We click here, we can see it's working, right? The only thing we didn't put functionality is this button. We can't click on it and see a model as yet. We're going to do that in the next tutorial, right? Now that we are done with the user interface, right, which is basically the home page, and the user can be able to see the menus on display, the category section, on promo section, as well as the banner section, and be able to view more information, or if they are logged in, they can be able to navigate their own account and access the different routes, right? We now need a special route which is for the administrator, right? So that's the dashboard, right? So we need a way to do that, right? So this is our dashboard route on the completed project, right? We do have a header on top here, right? And it shows us an icon, and on the right side it shows us so this is the logo and the icon which shows us the notifications as they are coming, right? And we also have a drop down element showing us the details of the currently logged in administrator. They can also be able to navigate to their profile, or else just sign out, right? So on the landing page of the dashboard, we do have these cards that just shows us stats or statistics for, you know, the current interactions on our web application, right? And also we've got a graph here that is showing us the total sales as well as the total revenue, right? On the left side, we've got this beautiful sidebar, right, which when we tool it, it can either show us icons only, and when you hover on each icon, you can see there's a tooltip, right? And if we maximize it, we can be able to see the full description of each and every route, right? So this is what we're going to make. So we're going to take it step by step. First of all, I'll make the sidebar as well as the header, right? Then we can proceed from there. Okay, we're going to be spending much time on the design of the dashboard because there's a lot of things that we need to talk about there, right? So as usual, I'm not going to type and explain at the same time because of time. You can see on my screen the folder groupings, right, that we have. Initially we had the users, where we have all the routes of the user. Now we have all the routes for the dashboard, which is for the administrator user to be inside this grouping called dashboard, right? So inside dashboard there is actually another folder called dashboard, right? Then what I did was to create another folder called components, right? This time around I've just put it capital C, such that I can be able to distinguish it from this one, which is actually on the app directory level, right? So I've initialized the page, the dashboard page, by just writing page.tsx, right? I'm sure you are now aware of that, right? So page.tsx, right? Then you can just name it anyhow that you like. I've named mine admin dashboard, right? Then I just imported the container, a reusable component from the commons folder, right? Then I just put a div there that says dashboard. So this is exactly what you see right now here, dashboard, like that, right? But you can see there's also a layout, right, where we've got a grayish background, right? And these components actually have a white background. So the header as well as the sidebar, they have got a white background, right? So that layout is also very important on the dashboard side. So this layout is distinct from the applications layout, right? So let's just go into the dashboard layout and see what we've done. In the layout of the dashboard, we do have a dashboard wrapper, right? The reason why I've done like this is because I don't want to make my layouts components to be client side. I always want them to be, server side, right? There's a reason I will show you when you are doing the back end why I like them to be, server components, right? So kindly go and make your code the same as mine as well, right? You need to have a dash wrapper which takes in children, like that, right? So what is this dash wrapper? So if you go inside this components folder here, there's this component I've created as well. It's called dash wrapper. So the dash wrapper, we want it to have the dash sidebar, which is the sidebar, as well as the header and text in children, right? So let's initialize it by giving the parent tag, which is a div. Then the minimum height should be for screen. So minimum height 100 VH, and you have given it background slate 200, right? So let's just try to change this and see what happens, right? So let's just remove, let's say, minimum height, like that, right? If you remove minimum height and also perhaps right, so I've removed minimum height, you can see that the background color is actually not going all the way down, right? So you need to make that minimum height to be 100, right? And this background slate 200, it's actually showing you where the height of that dashboard wrapper is, right? Okay, so kindly make that height back to where it was. Minimum height should be screen, right? It means any other component will be able to nest them inside here, right? So that's the reason why we have to make that minimum height 100, right? Okay, then after that we have the dash sidebar, which is this dash sidebar. It takes in props, which is show as well as show sidebar, right? We are not going to use Zustand here to manipulate our state the same way we did on the home page, right? We're just going to use useState here, right? And we'll let our dash sidebar take in props of show and a function called show sidebar, right? Let me maximize and explain better, right? So this will allow us to tool something, right? When we tool on something, then we'll be able to see to either maximize the sidebar or minimize it, right? So this is the function to just set show to the opposite state, right? So if show is currently on false, this function sets it to true or vice versa, right? After that, we have a section. This section that is called I can just call it the dash section, right? It's a container, right? I'll make it relative, right? And margin left should be 6.5 rem, transition or duration 1000 is out, right? And if show is true, then on a medium screen the margin left should be 10 rem. So what do I mean by that? Okay, let's take a look at this, right? The show currently is true, right? The show is currently true. Let me just minimize this sidebar like that, or let me just do here, right? The show state it's currently true, which means I'm able to see this, right? So on this section, right, and the show if it's true on a margin, on a medium screen, margin left should be 10 rem, right? So from this side all the way to here, the margin is 10 rem there, right? Okay, but if I tool, then the margin comes back to 6.5, right? So from the left side all the way to here, the margin is 6.5 rem, right? Okay, what about on a smaller screen? Okay, let me try to maximize it and let's just see on a smaller screen how it appears. Let me just toggle here. You see, it automatically hides the long descriptions on a smaller screen, right? So that's basically what we are doing here. So that's the reason why I need this dash wrapper, so that it can be able to use I can be able to use the use state here and also make this a client component, right? I didn't do it on the layout component of the dashboard, right? Because I want that to still remain a server component, right? Okay, so now we have the dash wrapper. The dash wrapper has got a sidebar and it's got a header inside the section, right? Let's take a look at the sidebar. This sidebar that we've made. So I've named that component dash sidebar, right? I've named it dash sidebar, and let's take a look at the code that we have. On the dash sidebar, we are importing some icons, right? The one which is chevron double left, right, and other one chevron double HI arrow right angle, or right on rectangle, right? Okay, so we take in those props, remember, from the dash wrapper, the show as well as the show sidebar, which is a function, and also the boolean show, right? So that dash sidebar takes in those props, right? And what are we doing? We need to make return to make this dash sidebar to return an aside, right? Remember, we're also taking note of semantics, right? Yes, so it's aside and it's got these CSS properties here. When show is true and when we are on a medium screen, the width of this sidebar should be 40, right? Otherwise it should be 10 rems or 160 pixels, right? Then we have an icon, right, which is HI chevron double left, right? This icon, when show is false, it should rotate 180, otherwise it should be in its previous state, right? So the actual state of this, it's facing towards the left, but if show is false, it should show to the right. So that's the code that we have here. That's what we're trying to say, actually, right? And when we click on it, obviously it changes the state of show, right? Okay, I hope I'm making more sense on that. Then after, we're going to have the nav section, So the nav section is where we have these routes, where we put these icons. They are also links, right? They take us to different routes here, right? So on that nav section, what we need to do is also to give it a class name and also take in the show boolean property here, right? If show is true and we are on a medium screen, let's make the width 10 rem, right? Let's make the width 10 rem, right? I've also inserted a custom CSS property here, right? I'm going to show you how it works later on, right? But for now, just put it there and keep it or note it down somewhere, somehow, right? Okay, so on the nav section, inside the nav section, we're gonna have a div, right? The div will be flex column item center, and when we show on a medium screen, the items should be aligned to the start. Otherwise, on a smaller screen, they should be centered. They should be centered, the items, right? And what are we doing? We're actually rendering admin routes, right? I've splitted these admin routes and put them in different components. So where do we get this admin router? It's here. We've created a function here that gives us back admin routes, right? And we are actually calling another function inside admin. We are returning a function inside the admin router, which is called render routes, right? Let's take a look at render routes and see what do we have. Render routes, what do we have here? We have a function. This function takes these properties. It takes routes and it also takes that boolean, which is show, right? And we have the routes that we're mapping over, right? So these routes, it's actually links, right? The href will be the route.url, right? So where do we get these routes? We have a file here that we call routes.tsx, right? So what you are just doing here, we are just exporting this array here of objects, that is title, icon, and the URL, right? So make sure you also have this file as well. Make sure you import all these icons that we need. Then in the render routes, we're just mapping over those routes, right? So what we need is a link, and we give it these CSS properties. One of the CSS property to really take note of, it's actually this group, right? Why do we have this group? It's because we want to be able to create our custom tooltip, right? So the way we can do it, we give the parent a class name of calling group called group, and the child, we can implement some nice CSS tricks there. We can say group hover and set it to visible, right? Check on the Tailwind CSS documentation and just search for CSS groupings, right? Tier and CSS grouping, right? So that's what we're using. So we need a functionality whereby when we hover on an icon, right, because these two elements, they are in a group, right? So when you hover it, we need the tooltip to be visible. So that's what we're trying to say here, group visible. So on hover, group hover, show that tooltip. Otherwise, when you move your mouse out, it should be hidden, right? Okay. And also when show is true and we are on a medium screen, we should hide the tooltip, right? We should hide the tooltip, right? Okay. Then we are importing create element from React. And what do we need the create element? We need the root icon, right? So we just need to take this icon here, these icons. So we are just creating an element here, quickly creating an element. We're quickly creating an element, and we're giving it a class name and give it all those properties, right? Then lastly, we need to have a root title, right? Root title. Then it's always hidden on small screen, but on a larger screen, on a medium screen, we can show it, right? And should be in line, right? So that's the render routes function, right? So let's go back now to our dash sidebar. We have a function called admin router, right? The reason why I also put it as a custom function, you can rescale, upscale this application. Maybe next time you would like to use the same dashboard, right? But instead of rendering an admin router, you might need to be rendering a maybe a moderator router, okay, or maybe a driver router, someone who has got access to the dashboard, right? Okay, all right, so that's what we have on the render router here, right? So we actually call that function. It takes in the routes, you know where the routes are coming from, and these are admin routes, and also taking show, right? Okay, so that's what we are returning back here, right? So this is actually the first div, if I'm not mistaken. That's the first div on our sidebar. Then we have another div, which is actually a second div, and this div is basically the one we have here. We've got the logout button, right? So it has got all those CSS properties as well, just like that, right? And also we've included on show and on a medium screen when show is true, and on a medium screen you should be able to show that logout but text as well, right? Yeah, exactly. All right, so that's the CSS properties we have here. So make sure your code is the same as mine, right? And when you are done, let's proceed, right? So we are done with the sidebar. I've explained this code for the sidebar and also the tooltips, right? We also have in our wrapper here the dash header, right? Please take note of how the dash header is actually in a section, right? Not in the parent div, but actually in a section inside this parent div, right? Okay, so for the dash header, this is what we have. On the dash header, it's more like the header on the landing page, right? We just call it header. I've added a container here. Remember the reusable container? I've added it here as well because I just need nice paddings or margins from left and right. Right, we have the header and it's a grid, right? With the left area, we have the image where we have our logo, and on the right side we have another component that I've created inside. It's called notify dropdown as well as account dropdown. Let's take a look at them and see how they work. If I click here on this person here, you can see that's what we're calling it, the account dropdown. And if I click on this icon here, you can see notifications. That's what we call the notify dropdown, right? So let me check. Let's take a look at the notify dropdown as well as the account dropdown. Those components are also here, right? Let me start with the notify dropdown. The notify dropdown, we have a code that we've got from the headless UI. Let me just proceed to the headless UI. On the headless UI, we're using the menu dropdown, right? You can see on the menu dropdown here, something like menu as a div, menu.button. So we are importing that code from headless UI. I've just copied that code, come and put it here and customized it according to how I want my component to show, right? So let's take a look at the customization, right? So everything is just the same, straight from headless UI with menu.button, right? Then I've inserted this icon here, right? I've inserted this icon here, right? So this is where we are, right? So this is a button and inside there's an icon. So this is the icon, which is so this is the menu button. This is the menu button, right? and it's got transition, right? So the transition, you see there's a smooth entrance of the component whenever I click here, right? See, something like that. That's, we have the transition as well, right? Then we have now the menu items. So these are the menu items that we're talking about. The menu items, we also have the header, the text actually, right? The text heading, right, of an H3 tag, and we just call it notifications. And inside we now have the content. The content, we are looping or mapping over what we call a menu item, right? So this is how we are mapping over it. Menu.item, we just give it a key, and we've created this data notification, notify data. I just created it. If you go on the data folder here, the notify data, you can see it's an array of objects where each object has got an ID, type, if open is either true or false, the time, message, and the link, right? So would like if a user comes and clicks on this particular notification, and if it's not read, right, they should be directed to a route, which is the link in this case here, right? So that's the notify data, right? So let's proceed on our notify drop down. So that's what we have. This is the we are actually returning a link inside, right? So for now, I just hard coded it and said the href should just direct you to the dashboard / notifications, right? So it's not notifications, it's notifications, just like that, right? And we're going to have the p tags and the span, right? So just make sure like your code is exactly as mine, and you can break things around and just customize it according to your own liking, right? So that's the notify drop down. We now need to look at the account drop down, right? So the account drop down, I didn't put it in the dashboard components. I actually put it in the common components, right? In the common components, that's where I've created it. Why? Because on our application, we're not going to be using it only on the dashboard side. We'll also use it on the user interface, the regular user as well, right? Okay, so we have the account drop down. The account drop down is the same headless UI component that we have, and the menu button inside, instead of an icon, we have an image, right? So we have an image here, right? So if you click on this image, that's where you're going to have that drop down, right? Okay, and this the other code is just exactly the same as we get it from headless UI, right? Then to return the heading with a span, I just made it a span, and I just write a name there, right? And each menu item, we have menu item 1, so we are not looping on anything here. I just hard coded them with menu item 1, where we show this title going code profile. Then the menu item 2, it's actually asking the user if either they want to sign out, right? So that's basically it. Make sure your code is exactly the same as mine. You can change it to your own liking, right? Then when you're done with that, let's proceed and see what we have again on the dash shader. Nothing else, right? So what do? We've imported them in the dash wrapper, right? Like so. And now we go and import that dash wrapper in the layout, right? Then let's take a look at the page.tsx of the dashboard, right? On the page, we just simply have a container and a div that says dashboard, right? So if you have made everything correct as mine, you can now just come, you should be able to see this type of a layout, right? So one thing I would like to show you right now, I've promised you, is this scrollability. You can see there's a scroll bar, which is, I'm not sure if you can call it ugly or it's cute to you, but obviously this one, it's actually ugly. Yeah, right. So we just want to hide that. We don't need that. So in our global .css file, global.css file, we need to make some changes, or we need to add some CSS code inside there, right? So just after the body here, what we now need is to have CSS property called scrollbar hide, right? Scrollbar hide. So it's just to make sure like we hide this scroll bar and the component looks nice, right? So let me just click save. Save like that, and this one should be gone in a moment, right? So it should be like this. You can see on the completed project it's like that, right? All right, and we don't have it on the notifications, right? You see, we don't have it, but you're actually able to what? Scroll from top to bottom, right, as well. So that's the functionality that we are looking to get here, right? And also the other thing as well, so let's take a look. You see it's now gone, right? And also here on the notifications, it should be gone as well. All right, the other thing I would like to show you, let's say for example we actually have to minimize the height of our screen, right? If I minimize it like that, you can see the other icons are actually hidden, right? But I can actually be able to scroll them like that. So that's what we need to also make sure like that functionality is also on your own code, right? Let me just take a look. Where did I actually implemented that? I think I've say overflow y auto, right? I'm not so sure if I've explained that, but let's just quickly take a look on our dish shader, dish sidebar, sorry. Okay, dish sidebar, did we put it here or where? Let me find it. Overflow, exactly, there we go. See, overflow y auto, so that we can have that scrollability on a screen where the height is smaller, right? And this is our custom CSS property here. Okay, I think we do have it as well in the notify drop down. Scroll bar height, there it is, right? So that's the CSS property, scroll bar height, and just say WebKit scroll bar display to none, right? So this is for older browsers, right? Your Edge and Firefox, for example, right? It needs these kind of properties, right? But on modern browsers, this should just simply work. Okay, so that's where we are currently. So next in line, we now need to have some content on the landing page of the dashboard, if I can say landing page of the dashboard, right? Then we proceed from there. I now have some content on the dashboard landing page, right? So you can see we've got cards, 4 beautiful cards, and on each card there's an icon, there's a bold text, right, which is like numbers, and we have got this text here that describes what each card is about, and also a percentage, whether an increase or a drop down, right, or a drop, increase or decrease, right? Okay, so how do we come up with these cards? On the landing page, the page.tsx file, right, you need to have a component called total cards and a section where inside you have the the sales revenue, right? Sales revenue graph. So the sales revenue graph will show only on larger screens. On smaller screens, it will disappear, right? Okay, so this is what you have in your page.tsx of the dashboard. Total cards inside a container, a section, and a sales revenue graph. Let's take a look at these total cards. This total cards component, it's actually inside the dashboard components folder. There it is, called total cards.tsx, right? So as usual, we have our icons that we need. We've imported all those icons, and also I just initialized these constants here, right, which are total visits, percentage visits, total profit, just like that. And we also have an array of totals, right? So what are we doing? We are returning a section, right? And it's got classes of a grid column 1. On smaller screen there should be 2, on medium screen 3, on larger screen there should be 4. And we are mapping over those totals. So those total array of objects, we are mapping them over. What do we need to have? We need to return a div tag, right? So this div tag is just this whole card here that we see. That's the whole div tag, right? And what are we taking in? We are taking in a button, right? That button is good. We're creating an element, a React element inside. So this is basically the icon that we're getting from here, right? We've done that before, right? And when we hover on it, it should have a background of green 200 and text green 600. That's the button where the icon is housed. Then we have the title, which will be the total, right? Then you also have this section here, which is the bottom section. This section here, it's also a div. It's a div flex, right? So that the items can be inline, justify between, spaced out evenly, right? And we just center the items, right? We have the p tag, where we have the total.title, as well as another p tag. Now on this p tag we have the percentage, as well as if the percentage is greater than 0, we need to show an icon that shows an arrow up, right? And we give it a green text of a green 500. Otherwise, if it's like negative, right, the number, if it's negative, we show an arrow facing down, and we give it text class name property of text rate 500, right? So you can see here on our percentages, right? So if the percentage is right, the percentage visits, right, if it's negative, the arrow should be red facing down. If it's positive, it should be facing up, right? So that's basically what we have there, right? Okay, so for the graph as well, the sales revenue graph, I'm using a library called Reactjs, right? So if you over to Reactjs, you can be able to see a lot of examples of a graph that you can use, right? I won't dwell much on this because it's up to you to experiment which graph you need. Just experiment on it, give your custom colors. Kindly read on this documentation, right? You can come up with something of your own. But on our application we're building right now, this is what I've imported from Reactjs. I need a tooltip, the legend, y-axis, the area, compose charts, and should be responsive container, right? And I've got my data here, my custom data, which is hard coded for now, right? So this is the data that will show on the graph. So if we come here, this is the data that we're showing, right? So in March, for example, you can see revenue is 200 and the sales are 160, right? So this is basically the data I've just hard coded there, right? So let's proceed. On this graph component, we have a div. It's hidden on smaller screen, but on large screen it should show, right? It's got a shard of MD, right? Then inside first we have a div. So this first div, right, is the one that we have this section here. That's the first div, right? It's showing us total revenue, total sales, and it's spaced out. It's going to show us the buttons that we can be able to click. Either we need to see data for a day, for a week, or for a month, right? So that's the first div, right? Let's take a look at that. So on that first div, it's flex column, just far between, right? And we have like I was describing, these elements here, right? Total revenue, total sales, and on the right side we have the day button, week and month. So that's the first div. Then the following div, it's actually the graph. So on the graph, this is how I did it. I gave the width of full, a height of 96. Then it should be a responsive container. So this information that I'm getting here, you can actually get it from the Reactjs library, right? Yes. So just get a graph that really, speaks to you, and make your own graph there, right? Otherwise, if you don't mind, you can just use my own data that I have here, right? Or you can even use a different library instead of Reactjs, right? So once you're done with that and you've updated your code, you should have your code working as mine, and you can just test to see if all the cards and all the elements, they're just responsive, right? So you can just do that. You can use your responsive tester to test that. You can see mine, it's actually responsive, right? So next in line, what we need to design now is the user's route. So on the completed project, we need to have a route for users, right? Where we can be able to manage the users, like so. We can see their profile image, name and surname, email, and their role on our application, and also be able to actually edit or maybe perhaps change the role of the user, right? So let's go ahead and do that. All right, I've populated the user's code on the user's route, right? On this user's route here, dashboard/users, and this is the code that we have. So let's take a look at the architecture that we have here, right? We have a scrollable component, as you can see here, right? It's an infinite scroll, right? And we've got a list of users. So this is basically a table, and we have a search component as well here, and the title that says users, right? So first of all, what we need to do, we need to have in our user route dashboard, we need to create a route called users. Once you create that, so you know how to do folder. Then once you create that, you need to initialize that route by typing page.tsx, and you just need to give a name of that page, right? So here, this is actually this one, sorry, this is the one I've called it admin users, right? As usual, you can see there's a container that we're importing from our common container, right? And inside we have got a user table, right? So let's take a look at the user table. The user table, which is actually this table. On the user table, what we have is a table, right? But that table is actually special. We've got what we call a table wrapper, right? This is also a reusable component as well, because it's going to be the same for orders, menu, and all other things that we can think of, right? So that table wrapper is just a reusable component, and I've put it in the components folder of the dashboard, right? So we have our table wrapper here, right? The table wrapper, it takes in children and it takes in a title. A title is compulsory, so it takes those properties there like that, right? So once you're done, you just export it, right? I don't know why TypeScript is giving me this error here, but don't worry about it. Okay, then it's a div with the class name rounded, scheduled to Excel, padding, and the maximum height. Please take note of the maximum height. So this is the height we're talking about. On the screen, it just shows up to this level. It doesn't go all the way down here. So we've given it a maximum height of 80 VH, right? Okay, so then we have a title, right, which is an H2 tag, right? And also we've got a search and filter, right? So this one is actually called search and filter. I don't know why I mentioned it to say search and filter. Search and filter, right? So that's a component where we have the search input, right? Okay, so once you have the table wrapper, you need now to have it inside your admin user table, right? Let me close here. Admin user table. There it is, the table wrapper, and you give it a title or users. Inside now you put your table. The table is a width of full border, right? And the text inside the table should be slate 500, right? And our data that we're using in the T-body is actually user data, right? So this user data, what we need is an image, then we need the name, email, and row, right? And also we need a model that if we click on it, we can be able to edit the user row, right? So on your data folder, kindly create the users-data.ts, and you can populate with this information. So you need an ID, name, image, and row, right? Okay, so the other thing that you need to do, so before I talk about that, let me leave it. I'll show you. You need to create a type for a user, right? So we'll talk about that later on, right? Okay, right. So yeah, once you have that on your admin user table like that, you also need this edit row model, right? So the edit row model is this one. It's actually a model that when you click on it, so this is our initializer. If you click on this icon, you should be able to see the model. The model takes in the form. So for now, I just call it a edit row form, right? And that edit row form is actually taking a prop of a user. Also, this edit row model is taking a prop of a user as well, right? So that user, we are actually getting it from the table, right? Taking a prop of a user, right? So you need to create a type, a user type, so that TypeScript doesn't give you errors, right? So if you check in our types.css file here, I've actually created a type for a user. So you just create it inside and give it these properties. ID is a number, then the rest are actually strings, right? Once you're done with that, you won't have TypeScript errors, right? Then when you come here, this edit row model takes in the props of a user. Those props of a user, they're actually passed on to the edit row form, right? Okay, let's go ahead to the edit row form and see how it looks like. So on the edit row form, it's basically, you just have to show the email, right? And make this input disabled, right? Let me show you what I'm trying to talk about. So if you click here, right, if you click here, we should have this kind of a model, right? And we've got an email, so it's just an indication, right? So that's why we disabled it. You just have an email to show you that you're actually changing the row of this particular person with this email, right? Then if you click on this checkbox, then you should be able to select a row that you need to change, right? And click change row. Okay, I've seen our change row button is not styled, so let's try to do that. where is our change button? Our change button is here, so it's actually of the type form button, right? So I must just do like that. Remember this CSS property, we have it already in the global.css, right? You can see now that we're using it on multiple instances, right? Okay, so once you're done with that, our change row button should be able to change. Okay, all right, so let's proceed. So on the edit row form, we have that input which is disabled, and we also have a checkbox where if we click on it, we'll be able to toggle and be able to see the rows that should be changed, right? So this is what I've done. If you click on the checkbox, it will trigger what we call set show change row, right? So if you come here, if you click here, it will trigger set show. So if it's unchecked, it will hide that option to be able to change the row, right? So that's why we have this state here. That's why we have this state of show change row. So show change row is actually showing this other sub div which is hidden by default, only shown when you click this button, this checkbox input, right? Okay, so that's the functionality that we have here, right? And yeah, we do have an icon and a span to just show us on this input element of a type checkbox to tell us like if you click on it, you are going to change the row, right? Then when you're able now to see the details that need to be changed, you can be able to see the row that has to be changed, right? So we are actually mapping over the rows that we have simply hard coded on top here, right? These rows here, right? So those are the rows that we're going to have currently in our application, right? Okay, so once you're done with that and your code really matches mine, right? It really matches mine like that, you should have this functionality that we're having here, right? You should have this functionality that we're having here right now, right? Cool. All right, let's proceed to the next step, which is actually creating the orders, right? So let's just check on our completed project here. We have the users route, that's where we are. Then on the orders route as well, it's also the same. We have a table wrapper here, right? You can see there's a table wrapper, then inside it's actually a table. So it's basically the same concept, right? It's only like here now we'll be adding extra buttons like this one and a filter as well, right? But obviously it's the same applies on the menu as well. It's also a table, right? So we'll be even more faster. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are now on the orders route. So on the orders route, it's basically the same that we have on the users route, right? We actually have a table wrapper and a table, and we have got that search form, search and filter component. It's being persisted, right? So the other thing that I've done in the search and filter component, I've added this filtering drop down here, right? I've added that search drop down, right? So we can be able to see the order number, payment token, order date, customer, delivery address, either an order is paid, collected, delivered, or viewed, right? On the completed project, we will be able to click mark collected or mark delivered, as I've shown you on the highlights of the demo project or completed project, right? Okay, and also as you'll be able to view the orders as well, right? So let me just quickly go and explain the code that I've just typed, right? Okay, so we have a route which is the orders route. Okay, so let me just close this, everything. Inside the dashboard, we've got an orders route. To initialize that route to be a valid route, we need page.tsx, right? We need that page.tsx. What do we have inside? We've got a page called admin orders, and we've imported our container. Then we have a table, right? We have a table. right? So this admin order table, it looks like this. It's got a wrapper, right? That wrapper that we have, and the title, we call it all orders, right? And we've imported all these other necessary components inside here, right? And also the icons. Okay, it's a client component, right? So this is how our table looks, right? It's got those headings, those table headings like that. Then we are looping over the data, right? So this data, if you go in the data folder, the order we're using, order data, that's what we're using, right? And we just map over that order data and match everything according to the headings here. So that's an ID, order number, username, right? Then something that we are doing here, if an order is paid, we should be able to tick it green. Otherwise we should mark it like it's not paid and should highlight it and show an X there, right? So this is basically what I'm talking about. For example, this order is not paid, so we cannot tick it, right? It's not paid, this order, we cannot tick it, right? So that's the ternary operation we are trying to implement here, right? What if an order status is collected or delivered? We should be able to tick it, right? Collected or delivered, we should be able to tick it. And also, if it's not collected or delivered, we should be able to say mark collected. We should be able to show the the button that says mark collected, right? If an order is delivered, we should tick it. If it's not, we should be able to show a button that says mark delivered, right? And lastly, on the table data, we have an admin order module, right? So the admin order module is just to show the details of each particular order, right? So on the admin order model, it takes these properties of an order, right? Then obviously it's a model. This is the Urql, right? If we click on this icon, we should be able to open this model, right? And the title, order number, right? Then we should be able to see all the details as well as the card of that order, right? So the card is actually the details of the product that have been bought. Okay, right? So we have done this previously on the user route, so it's exactly the same. So these are all the details we're showing, right? But on the user route, we did something different to be able to see an order whether it's still in transit or not, right? So we're not going to show it here on this table. We'll show it later on the deliveries route. Okay, so that's the order route. Make sure your code matches mine, right? You can just copy the completed code and come and paste it here. Try things out, right? Try things out. Okay, once you're done, then we can move to the next stage, which is actually the menu, right? One thing that I need to highlight here is that I've also modified inside the components in the dashboard, right? There is a search and filter, right? So that search and filter component, what I just did on the last div, I've actually put a ternary, right? Like the path name, if it is goes to dashboard/orders, you should be able to show this orders filter, right? So that's what we have here. This is what we have here, right? That's the filter that we have here, right? Then I've also created that component inside the orders route, so we should be able to filter orders either if they are collected or delivered, right? So this is the code, right? We have a button to Urql, and we have is open or not, right? Something like that, right? So that's basically what we just did. Make sure like you just copy this code and make sure it matches your code as well, right? So that's the exactly what we have here, this chevron Urql, just like that, right? Okay, so if you're done doing that, we can just go ahead and be able to go to the next section, which is the menu, right? So let's proceed to there. So here's our completed route for the menu. On the menu we have a table, so we are using that reusable component table wrapper, and we are using a table inside. We are showing the product image, title, category, price, and we can be able to preview it here, and we can be able to edit the menu here, or we can be able to delete it here, right? And also we can be able to add a menu like that, and also we can be able to filter either by price or by category, right? So those are the things we're going to be implementing, right? So first of all, let's start with these additional areas that we have on the search component that we've created before, right? So on the search component, let me quickly go there. Inside the components of the dashboard, search and filter, this is the completed code we have. Remember, we had nothing here, it was empty here, but now we are saying if the path name is equals to dashboard/menu, then show us a div, show us a component to add the menu, show us a button to add the export, and show us these other components, either price drop down or category drop down, right? So that's what we are doing on this div on the search and filter, right? This one we did it already for the orders page, this div. So on this particular div, that's the one we're manipulating right now. So I'm saying this is a search component because here it does have a search actually, right? So that's the design that we have. Okay, so let's take a look at this div. It's got an admin add menu, then it's got a price drop down component, category drop down component, right? So let me just quickly close this so that we can be able to see nicely, right? So that's the search and filter. So where do we have this component? Admin add menu, price drop down, and category. We actually having them in the menu route. So the reason why I'm doing that is because I just want to have things which got same business logic to be in the same folder, right? So we have the admin add menu. Let's take a look at the admin add menu component. It's a model, right? So we are importing everything that we need. We're importing the data for the categories, then we are also importing the model and another additional component which is called upload image, right? What I just did here, I'm just initializing these states here, right? Like for the category, the title, the long description, the price, the preparation types, right? And as usual, we need these functions to be able to open or close our model, right? And also I've just initialized this functionality. It allows us to be able to push items. Like you see, the preparation type is actually an array of strings, right? So this function allows us to enter one item at a time, and they'll be pushed to the array, right? So what I'm trying to say here is that when you come to add menu on the preparation types, we actually be able to say, you know, something like medium like this. Then when we click add, it's pushed to an array. Then you can be able to see what we have sent to our array, right? Before we send to the database, I can actually be able to come say well done as well here, right? And push it. Then I can say maybe a medium rare like that and push it. So that's basically what this function is doing, right? That's basically what this function is doing here, right? So once we are done doing that, we set our array that we have here to, you know, everything that we've pushed, right? Then this is a model actually, right? It's a model. As you can see, we actually toggle a model here, right? So the button to toggle that model, it's called add menu. Yeah, it is called add menu, right? Inline flex, so that we can also have an icon inside, right? Then as usual, with the reusable component model, right? Then inside is a form where we take all these attributes of our menu, right? So price, title, category, then also have the category data. But now on the categories data here, the ones that we have in our data, so it's actually under categories data. That's what we are looping here, mapping over, right? We're only interested in showing the category title, right? So if we come here and be able to make a selection, we only selected the title. You can see, right? Only selected the titles here. So that's basically what we are talking about, right? Then we also have the long description and everything straightforward from there, and also the preparation types, right? Preparation types, that's what I was showing you, that function, so that we are able to push, you know. So here, this area here allows us to say whatever we type and click add, it's actually shown on the user interface as we do that, right? Then we have a section to upload an image, right? So that section to upload an image, yeah, right? If you click here, you can actually be able to upload an image, right? So we need to create a function, this function here, we need to create it. So I mean this component, we need to create it. This component, it's not functioning right now, but just create it like that. We'll have it to, we'll put more functionality on it, right? So that upload image component, it's actually inside the dashboard components folder, right? Here it is, it's called upload image, right? Okay, so what do we have in the upload image component? The data that we need, it's actually an image file, right? So we'll implement all this functionality of dragging or actually clicking to upload, right? We'll put all those functionalities there, right? So we have a function on change picture, right? That's actually when we get a file from that file that we've uploaded, right? If the file, and also we need a way later on to check if the file is too big, right? If the file is too big according to our liking, we need to send an error to the user. Otherwise, we just have to set what? That file, right? Once we set that file, we have a function that allows us to capture the route, the URL actually, or the file. We capture it, we send it to the parent component, which is the add menu, right? So you will see later on when you're implementing that, right? I think when we are actually doing image upload, I'll need to explain more this particular code that's working here, right? But if you don't mind, you can play around it, see what works for you. Go and check the on drag over function. What does it do, right? On drag enter, this is actually allows us for us to drag and drop an item, right? Okay, then there's an icon inside. Then when we set the image, when we upload the image, we should be able to actually see that image that we have uploaded, right? Then there'll be a function automatically that will be triggered, right? Which is called on change picture, right? So that's basically that component. Once you create it, make sure your code matches mine. Once you create it, then you have to come inside the admin add menu and put it here, right? It's inside the form, right? You see, it's inside the form, which is inside the model. Then you need a button that says add menu, right? So that when you click on it, you actually be able to send, you know, this created menu to the database, right? The information to the database. So basically that's what we have here on the component here, right? Okay, so that was the admin add menu, right? And let's go back to our search and filter again. We had another component called price drop down and category drop down, right? They are all part of the menu route, right? Let's look at the price drop down. What you have on the price drop down is basically a chevron that we have on a button here, so that when we click on it, it's actually able to show us, to review to us this particular div, right? This particular div here. I don't know why I always say Urql here, right? But this is actually supposed to say price range, maybe. Yeah, price range. It's always good to be descriptive, right? Okay, so we're getting the price ranges that we have. Where are those price ranges? There we are. It's an array of strings, right, separated by a hyphen, right? So we're just mapping over those ones and be able to show them. Please pay attention to how the design is here. Pay attention to how the design is here, right? Because the items are flexed. There's an input on the left side, which is a checkbox, and on the right side, on the same line, there we show the range. So what I'm trying to talk about is inline. So there's a checkbox and the range here, right? So that's basically what we're trying to do here. Okay, so that's what we have here, right? I don't know why TypeScript is just giving me some random errors here, right? We don't have to worry about that for now, right? Okay, so once you have your code for the price drop down is mine, right? Quickly just save it, and let's move to the next, which is actually the category drop down. It's the same as the price drop down. It's just the same. What you're just taking here now is just mapping over the category data, and what you need as a label is just the category dot category, right? So it's just same applies like the title, right? Okay, so it's the same. So just make sure you have that code, it exactly matches mine, right? Once you're done, you hit save, right? So those are the things that we actually needed to have this top section here, right, before the table, this top section here, right? So we have noticed, like, we added this component, which is a modal to add menu, and these two components, right? This is just simply a button. There's nothing much here, no functionalities yet, just simply a button, right? And it's also in the search and filter component, right? In the search and filter component here, it's just simply a button. There it is, this button here, right? That's it. There's no modal or anything as yet, right? Okay, so once we're done with those components and editing our search and filter, let's now go to the menu route, actually, right? So on the menu route, we've initialized the page. We've called it admin menus. As usual, we have a container, admin table, and we are having an admin table inside, right? So let's take a look at the admin table. As you guessed it, it's just a table, right? So we don't need these for now. Let me remove these. We don't need them. We will need them on the completed project, right? So we need a table wrapper. The title is all menus, right? And it's a table with all those stylings, right? Product title, category, price, preview, edit, and we're just mapping over the menu data that we get from our data folder, right? And I've shown you we will need a checkbox. Start with image, then we go to the title, the category, the price, and we have other components, right, that we are creating outside, which is admin preview menu, admin edit, and admin delete. Let's look at those. Admin preview, just for us to be able to see the menu. So this is a model. You will need this. So this model is taking props of menu that we're getting from the what? Admin table here. So we're just getting that menu as menu, right? We've created this type before, right? It's residing in our types.css file. Yeah. So we have this type of menu yeah, this type of menu. So that's exactly what we are actually having here, right? That menu type. Okay, this one here. Okay, so it's a model, right? So how do we want to style our model? We're going to have these divs that shows the price. We're going to have a div that shows the description. We're going to have a div that shows the short description, div that shows the category, right? So let's take a look at it. So the admin preview menu, to be able to toggle the model, you can see there's HI outline I here, which is this I, and there's a click function to open the model. Click on it. We have a div that is an image. We have a div that is the price, div long description, short description, and category. That's the whole component that you are importing inside the table, like that. Then we also have the admin edit menu. This is almost similar to admin add menu, but now here we're actually editing a particular menu, right? So let's take a look at it. It's the same. It's only like now it's got values, so it's got a value, and we've initialized those values here, right? So this component is taking actually the props of menu that we get from the admin table, and we initialize with the states of of each and every menu with the current title, or with the current state, with the current description that we get from the menu itself, right? So as you can see, we have a menu to title. So if we come here to edit that menu to title, we have it's initialized already as initial state, right? And when we go to our the only thing we cannot initialize is the prep types, which is an array of strings, because we don't know what it is, right? Okay, so this one, every time when a user wants to change the prep types, basically you have to type everything, right? You just have to type everything, right? Okay, so it's got values, right? And whenever there's a on change, you just set the titles to the targeted value, right? And as usual as well, we need and to upload a new image, just in case we need to upload a new image. And here the prep types, we have to recreate them, right? Recreate them. And we've got a button which is of a type submit. When we click it, it has to send the information, the data that we've captured here, to the database, right? So this is the admin add menu, right? Okay, that's that, right? Okay, so we move now to the delete, right? Admin delete. You can see the way I'm actually naming these components, right? It starts with admin add, admin delete. Why am I doing like that? It's because perhaps you would like to make this, particular application to be a multi-vendor kind of application. Maybe you need to have like restaurants, right? You create another route, perhaps called dashboard/restaurants, and you will be naming different components to say maybe restaurant add menu, restaurant delete menu, right? So I'm just thinking in terms of scalability, right? So the way I'm naming these, like admin, it's also looking into scalability as well, right? So that anyone who takes this application can be able to scale it up starting from where we are right now. Okay, so taking a look at the admin delete menu, right? It's also a model, right? The model, we have got a on-click function that we have on this icon here. When you click on it, it should open our model. So in our model, it shows two buttons, right? There is a button to say yes, I want to delete, which is this one, and a button that says nope, I don't want to delete, which is this thing. But on top of that, we actually ask the user, are you sure you want to delete these items? Then they can either choose yes or no. If they choose no, it just cancels. If they choose yes, then we should have a function to actually delete the item there, right? So this is the admin delete component, right? I didn't say models on this because it's going to be too long. If I say admin edit menu model, admin delete menu model, it's gonna be long descriptive names. So it's just good to leave them like that. All right, so if you have your code which is matching mine, right, you should have all your component looking like mine, right? Your component should be like mine. So once you're done with that, let's move on to the next section, which is actually the notifications, right? The notifications route is just simply this component here, right? So we haven't implemented the functionality of being able to select whether all the messages, the red ones and the red ones, right? We'll do that when we are implementing with our backend, right? You can even mark all as read here, right? So we have this top section here that says notifications, and also on the right side a button that says mark all as read, right? Then here we have an icon, whether it's a sign up, it shows an S. If it's an order, it shows an O. If it's a query, it shows a Q, right? Just like that. So we have a title, maybe the message and the time here, right? If the message was not yet read, you can see there is when you hover on each and every message, the background is green. If we don't hover on it, the background is light grayish kind of, right? So that's basically what we have, and it has an infinity scroll like that, right? It's got an infinity scroll like that, and also the height, it's up to this length, here, right? So let's take a look how we implemented that, right? So first of all, we need a notifications route. We create page.tsx, we initialize it, right, so that it can be a valid route. Then we have a container and we have a div, right? So that div has got these CSS properties here like that. That's the one we gave this minimum height. So that's the whole div here. This whole div here, we gave it a maximum height of 80 VH, right? 8 VH, and overflow Y auto, so that we can be able to scroll top and bottom like that, right? Then inside we have the notifications list component. So the notifications list component is like this. It is a section with these CSS properties, and we have made this top section a grid, right? So this is the top section. We made a grid, this top section here, to make it a grid, right? So that we can be able, we could have made it a flex, but for now just made it a grid, right? And we have the heading and we have a button, right? Okay, then we now have this section again, which is another div, right? So this section shows us these buttons to either click all, read or unread, right? So this is another section, another div, right? And everything you can see is kind of like centered, right? Centered on the center of that div, right? Okay, then lastly we have this div now that has all our messages, right? So we are mapping over the notify data that we get from the notify data in our data folder here. So this is how the notify data is: ID, type, whether it's opened, right? That's a boolean, the time and the message, and the link, right? So the reason why we are putting a link, remember when we were creating this component here, right? So I would like to be able to click on this particular either one of these particular link on this drop down here, and it should take us directly to the notifications route, right? Okay, so that's how our notified data is, right? So what we're doing here, we'll need a button, right? And this button is actually those letters, right? We need a button to show us, like, if the message type is called sign up, what should be that button background, right? If it's order, the background of that button, what should it be? And also inside the button, if the message type is sign up, which letter should you show inside that button, right? So at the end we have this kind of design, right? So the button with the background, and inside there's an icon which is a letter, right? Exactly, right? So the concept here is that all our notifications, they are kind of like predetermined, right? We know there's going to be a sign up, we're going to be an order received, and we're going to have a query, right? We could have put another message type. We can call it other, right? But yeah, for now let's just leave it like that, right? Then what are we having now on the div which is inside this div here? If the message is opened, right, the background, you just show nothing, right? But if the message is not opened, right, then show the background slate 100. The text should be green. If you hover, should show the background to be green 100, right? So this is basically, this message is not opened. When you hover it, it shows the background green and the text green, right? If we don't hover on it, it shows the background of what? Gray slate, which is actually slate 200. Okay, so that's what we have here. Then on the end of that div, right, you see this div is a flex column, right? At the end of that div, that's where we just show the message as also as the message time, right? So that's the whole layout that we have here, right? The message and the time. Okay, right. So make sure you have the code which is exactly as mine. Experiment on things, right? And once you're done, you should have a working notifications route as mine, right? So let's move to the next, to the deliveries. Right, we have the completed code of the deliveries route. So what are we seeing here? We have a table wrapper. We can be able to scroll it from top to bottom. So this is an infinite pagination we're going to implement here as well when we are done with our back end, right? And with the table wrapper, it shows again the search component and a table. So we'll see the order number, the status of the order, where it's going to be delivered, the date, and we can be able to view, right? Based on the status, there's an action to take. If the order is collected, which means as an administrator, I should be able to view where that order is and be able to track where the driver is on his or her way to the drop-off point, right? So for example, I'll be able to see that the order has been collected and by this driver, and it's being delivered to this person. So from point A to point B, right? So that's the delivery status, right? If the order has not been assigned, which means the order is done being prepared, the chef are done preparing the order, they've done with the cooking, the next step I'll need to do as an administrator is to look for a driver and assign a driver. So we do this model, we show this model, and depending on who's online as a driver on our list of drivers, depending on who's online, I can actually be able to click an assign button, right? Click assign to assign a driver. So the logic here is that the driver, once assigned, they should be able to either accept or reject the delivery assigned to them, right? So that's the logic, right? Then when the order is being delivered, right, it's been delivered successfully to the user, we should just be able to see, you know, like the order is being delivered like that. There's no map that we should show, right? Okay, that's exactly how it is. So let's take a look at our code. Our code, we have to initialize a route. We open a folder, we create a folder, call it deliveries, then we initialize it with page.tsx, right? And as usual, we have our container, then we've got the deliveries table. Let's take a look at the deliveries table. On the deliveries table, as you now know, we always have the wrapper, right? The wrapper, right? And the title is deliveries. Then we have our table with this information: order number, status, delivery address, and date and action, right? Then we need data, the data that we can map over, right? We call it deliveries data. So where do we get it? On our data folder with deliveries data. So this is the data that we have. It's got an order number, status, address, and date, right? So that's the data that we have. So we map over the data, right? Then when the order status is unassigned, show this this span where the background is orange 100 and text is orange 100. If the order is collected, show this, right? It should be like this. When the order is delivered, that button should be like that, right? So that's basically what we're trying to say here. Collected, unassigned, delivered. You should hear those CSS properties like that, right? Then the next table data, delivery address. Then lastly, on the far right hand side, we need other components. If the delivery status is unassigned, we need assigned driver component. Collected, we need view delivery status. Delivered, we need order delivered, right? So let's take a look at those components. Assigned driver. Assigned driver, this is the component that we have. It's a model. When you click on it, click on this button, we should be able to see the model. And we need driver's data. So that driver's data, where we get it, it's under the deliveries data. So if you go in the deliveries data, down here, we can be able to see driver's data, right? We have their name, vehicle, how their vehicle looks, and their image, and whether their status currently, if they are online. So there should be a mechanism that allows us to see from the database, right, if they are either online or offline, right? So I think on the database we'll be looking at their session, right? Their logged in session, right? Yeah. So we'll implement that on the back end, right? Okay, so the assigned once we get that driver's data, we map it over, we show the image in the model, right, of the driver and the image of the vehicle. Just take note what we've done here, right? We've made this div relative that houses the image of the driver as well as the image of the vehicle, such that when you come here, right, and say assign, you see there's an image of the driver, and next to it there's the vehicle type, right? So this one has got a car, this one has got a scooter, right, or a bicycle if they're using bicycles, right? So that's how we did it there, right? Take note of that. Then on the far right, that's where we have on the center, actually this is on the center, this is another div on the center, and this will be the button on the far right. So the div on the center, it shows the driver name, either if they are online or not online. So if they are online, show this, otherwise show this. So that will be the driver status, right? That's what we have in the center. This is a div in the center. Then on the far right, we have a button, right, if they are online. So we've got a condition here that says if driver status is online, show this button, otherwise show an empty button, right? Yeah, show an empty button which you cannot be able to click actually, right? Yes, so that's basically the component of assigned driver that we have there, right? Then also we have the deliveries, the order delivered, right? It's also a model. The order delivered, it's also a model. Click on this button, we're able to toggle this model. Then we can be able to see the details of the delivered, right, of the delivery. Where was it coming from? Where did it go, right? So we have all these CSS here, right? Okay, so this is the order delivered, order delivered, right? We have the delivery details, and it should show you all these details. Please take note of how we created this line, right? This line like that. You can just check on this code here how we exactly did it, right? We have a border which is on the right side, right? So let's take a look. You see, it's on the ordered list here, this ordered list here. See that ordered list there, right? It's got a border on the left side, right? And it's got that width of 1 pixel, and we've made that border to have slate 200, right? Okay, then also take note of how we have this kind of like a circle, right, like that, right, just like that. So that to be a list, right? That would be a div actually inside a list. That would be a div inside a list. It will have a same width, same height, and a background color, right? And a background color. Then inside it will have an icon, or it will simply have a span, just like that. So that's how we created those circles, right? So they're actually inside a list, right? So that's how we did it. Okay, so that's the order delivered. Then we have to check the order, the delivery actually, the delivery which is actually on its way. So that we show a map inside our model. We show that map. Remember where we created this map earlier on in the components, right? So we import it from the components under common. We import that app map, right? Then we should be able to see where the driver is, right? And we have the rest of these details, which is an ordered list again, which has got a border of the left, right, and the color, and a div just to indicate where currently we are, right? And also show you all these other details, where the order is coming from and where it is going, right? So if we take a look at view, this is what we have, you see. And we do have an animation of which is of a pause here, right? So this shows us where on the route where exactly the order is. So currently it tells us like the order is actually with the driver, right? When that status changes, the order will show you that it has been delivered, right? And that point in time would be at this stage, right? So that's the code that we have, right? Make sure your code aligns with mine, right? Make sure your code aligns with mine. Break things, fix things, right? You can even send a pull request where you see like the needs of improvement, and I'm happy to review and perhaps merge, right? So once your code is aligned with mine, we are ready to go to the next step, which is actually doing the settings now, right? So let's do that. We now have the settings route completed. Just take a look at how responsive it is. And usually as an administrator, you wouldn't want to do this on a mobile screen, but just in case you want to do some settings of your application on a mobile screen, yes, you can have it like this. It's fully responsive, right? Even the opening hours as well as the category section, right? Just like that. Okay, so let's take a look at these features, right? So we have this section where we can be able to edit our banner, right? So this one should be able to edit the details of our restaurant here. Should be able to upload a new banner if we have to. Like for example, we take that, we should be able to upload it, right? And save the details. We should be able to change the service fee, the delivery fees, and we should be able to treat them on the user interface side of things, right? And also just to add opening hours, we should be able to add opening hours and closing times as well, such that when we come to our completed project, for example, we should be able to see them on the landing page. Like for example, these are the hours we are talking about, so these are the opening and closing times, right? So we should be able to see that. And also when we go to the cart, we should be able to see the service fee and the delivery fee. So that's what we are doing exactly here, right? That's what we're doing. And also the opening hours. Then the categories. On the categories section on the home page, this here, that's exactly what we are getting here, right? So we can list everything that we have, we list them, right? And we should be able to add a new category and add an image if we have to add an image of a new category, right? Just like that. We should be able to add a new category and give it a title and a description, right? And we should be able to edit it actually, right? Any category that we have, we should be able to edit it. Or else if you want to delete it, we should be able to delete it, right? So if you want to delete this category of a burger, we should be able to delete it. If you want to delete the one for the chicken, we should be able to delete it, right? Okay, right. So that's basically it here that we can be able to do. And yeah, that's basically our settings. So you can see this particular component here, right? This particular page here or component here, it's actually scrollable, right? You see, you can be able to scroll it like that, right? So let's take a look at the code and how we implemented it. So we have made the settings page, we've initialized the page.tsx, right? Then we have given it we have put it inside a container, right? And also we've added a div. So this is the div which has got a maximum height of 8 VH, and we can be able to scroll it because we've got overflow y auto, right? Exactly. And we've given it a title of admin settings. Then inside there we now have these components, which is the details, opening hours, and the categories, right? Let's take a look at the details. Restaurant details, yeah, right? That's a component, right? It's got a title on top. Then it's got a form. The form is a grid, right? On the medium screen, we should be able to see 2 columns, right? And the background is white. So we have the image, right, that we show, which is actually the banner. That is the current banner. And we should be able to add a name and an address, service fee, delivery fee, like that. And on the right side, if it's on a medium screen, we should be able to upload an image, right? So they should be side by side on the medium screen. So that's what we have here to say medium screen grid columns 2, right? So that's the restaurant details, that's the component, right? And we should have a button to when we submit. So this actually should be for type submit, this button, because it's inside a form, right? So type should be submit because it's actually inside a form, right? Okay, right. The other thing that I've just done, you see, our image input actually takes an ID. If you have paid attention, right, there is an ID optional parameter on the component, right? But we'll deal with that when you're dealing with the back end as well, and integrating everything, right? So after the restaurant details, the next thing we have on the line is actually the opening hours form, right? So on the opening hours, this is what we have. We have an array, which are the days of the week, and with the state here, which is actually of the type opening hours, and it's going to have an initial state of just an empty array, right? Then we have a function. So this function, what it does, it takes key value pairs, right? It takes the key value pairs, and whenever we insert something, right, let's say, for example, let's demonstrate how it works. Right, so I'm just going to inspect element here, because we have an option to log in at the saving the hours here, right? So what you're trying to do here is basically like this, right? Let me bring this one here, right? So we should be able to see what we are console logging here, right? So we should be able to say select times, and also select a closing time here, for example, PM, like that, right? Okay, then when I click save hours here, we should be able to see the logged in hours, right? So let's take a look here. You see, in an array we have key value pairs, right? So we have closing time, that's the closing time with the day, which is Monday, then the opening time is this time. So that's basically what we have. So once we have all the days in key value pairs in an array, we should be able to send those to the database, right? So that's simply what we are doing on these functions here, right? So when we click handle time change, right, it's this this function takes in these parameters, the day, the field, and also the value, right? Then what are we doing? We're updating opening hours, this state here. We're updating that state, right? Then what are we doing? We are saying if index is not equals to -1, update the hours, the index and the field. So this is the field. You take in the index and the field and put it to the value. Otherwise, just push day opening time, which is empty, and closing time, which is empty, right? So that's the function. If you don't understand what this function does, I would like you to experiment on it, right? Just experiment it, right? So we're just literally pushing this object here to our array, right? That's what exactly this whole function is doing. And when we click save, we're just logging here for now, right? So on the opening hours, we have a heading. What we are returning, we have a heading with a section and a heading here, and we're looping over the days of the week, right? So we are looping over these hard-coded days of the week, right? And we have an input here, which is of a type time, right? So whenever there's an on change, then we call that function handle time change. We're taking the day, the open time, and the e.target.value, right? Exactly. Yeah. So at the end we have the button. When we click it, we save opening hours, right? That is to send the opening hours to the database, right? So that's basically what we have on the opening hours, right? Okay, then let's proceed. What else do we have? Then we now have the category section, right? The admin category section. This admin category section. So that's these admin categories, right? So we fetch all the categories that we have, right? We first of all fetch all the categories that we have, and we put them in a table. Then we just map on them, right? So this is the data we have on our data folder, categories data. We're just mapping over all those categories that we have, right? We show an image, we show the title, the description, right? Then we have other sub components inside, which is admin edit category or delete, right? So the edit, it's a model, admin edit, right? It's a model. So it's got these states here, these initial states here, just like that. So our admin category is actually taking a prop, right? You can see it's taking a prop, right? So let's just take a look at the categories, right? It's actually taking a prop. Cat is of the type category, right? So I've updated our types as well. Our types here, just go ahead there and say type and put these types here, right? Description, ID, category, and image, all of them, they have the type string, right? So how am I coming up with these types, something like that? I'm just looking at the data that we have. You see this data, this description is actually string, 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 right? That's how I'm making those types, right? And funny enough, right, the moment I just say type.category, the TypeScript IntelliSense actually is able to detect like this is of a type category, right? I don't even have to import it here. I just type as category because I've defined it already on that types file, which is on the root of our application, right? Yeah, just like that. So that admin category is taking in the cat prop, right? Then when we go into the editing, admin edit category, it's actually a model, it takes that prop, then we initialize all these are the title, description, or image with the current state of that particular category, right? Then we have a model, then inside we have a form, right? Obviously we should give a value of the input here as well as on the description we give a value. On the image we're supposed to, they should be having a title, we should have a title here, especially this title of the model, right? We should call it actually should call it cat dot category, right? Something like that, such that when we click on each and every category we should be able to see the title of that. So this one is actually beggars, right? If we click on this one it should say drinks, like that, right? And if we click on this one it should say sushi, just like that, right? So that's it. And we have all these as other tailwind CSS properties, as well as an option to upload an image, right? And lastly we have a type of a button of a type submit, and inside there's a pencil like, right? And we say edit category. So that's it, that's this component, right? Make sure you align your code with mine, right? So for now we don't need this form event. Let me just remove it and just make everything clean. Let me just format this document just like that, right? So that's the admin edit. We also have the delete component. It's also a model, it takes in a prop cat, right? So for now we are not using that cat property because we will do that when we are actually integrating with our backend, right? So we just have this model that is the same as we have on the menu delete, right? It's the same. Here is actually to ask the user, are you sure you want to delete this item? If yes, then they can go ahead and delete, or else not delete, right? So we can take a look. If we click on this icon we should have this model like that, right? So that's basically all our code, right? Yeah, it has been a long tutorial. Imagine if I was typing at the same time and explaining. This tutorial just for the design only was going to go all the way to I don't know how many hours, right? But I'm sure you're gonna get something from the description. It's just a design, right? You can make it your own design, right? And just compare with my code. Please kindly type if you are not yet familiar with Tailwind CSS and some of the types I've been using, or React. Make sure you type, you practically type and matching my code, right? And I'm sure my descriptions have, the way I was explaining the code, it will be something of help, especially if you're a beginner, right? So this is what we have, ladies and gentlemen, the application, right? We have a complete dashboard. We've designed the complete dashboard here, right? It's got all the routes, right? The deliveries, the notifications, the menu, the orders, the users, and the dashboard itself, right? That's the whole dashboard, and we can be able to toggle it on and off, right? That we should be able to see a drop down for notifications as well for the user account, right? And as a user you should be able to navigate from here and go straight to your account. Even an administrator does have an account on this application as well, right? So that's basically it. And right, let's just do a little bit of touch-ups, then after that we'll be done with the design, right? before we commit our code, let's just make sure like we have this button here that allows us to go to the dashboard, right? So on the sidebar, which is inside the commons folder, just go ahead and put this button. So basically this is the code that should have this piece of code here. This is the sidebar inside the components, common sidebar. Then you should just add this piece of code here, right here. So this button should allow you to go to the dashboard, right? So we add some logic there such that when a user is an administrator is the one who should be able to go to the dashboard. So once we integrate with our back end, we will put that functionality, right? So if you are done doing that, just kindly go ahead and commit your code and everything should be working fine, right?